Okay, thanks, councillors, for logging in. Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Shelley Carroll, and I'm the chair of the Economic and Community Development Committee. We do have quorum now, so I'll call meeting number 4 to order. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating both by video conference and in person here at City Hall in Committee Room 2. City Hall is open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting today. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is being live streamed for them online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting Economic and Community Development Committee's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box at the top of the page for today's meeting. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name when we get to that item. I'll call speakers in the order that's on the list before us here at City Hall, whether they are online or in person. I ask for everyone's patience if we experience any delays or technical difficulties during the meeting. Let's cross our fingers. City Council has provided all agenda material on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff will be available to council members if you need help with your devices. And members, I want to remind you that you must still submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at ecdc@toronto.ca to help with motions. So I'll proceed with the acknowledgement. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. So that being done, are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? I don't have a view of the names. Seeing none, we can proceed with the meeting. Can I get a motion to confirm the minutes of our meeting of April 25th, 2023? Councillor Moyse, thank you very much. Councillors, all in favor of adopting the minutes? Opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. Thank you. So we do have some speakers. We'll proceed with going through the agenda to see who is holding items. But many of them have speakers today, so we'll see what we can do. So do we have Councillor Robinson? Oh, Councillor Robinson has joined us. Okay. So we're just missing Councillor Ainsley, but he did. Oh, he made it. There he is.
I'm here.
Okay.
Good morning. Sorry I'm late.
No problem. You both have perfect timing because we're now going to go through the agenda review. So, councillors, EC 4.1 is the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism, the Year 4 update. We're holding that because we do want to present a very good staff presentation, and we have speakers to the item. EC 4.2, leveraging post-secondary institutions for a stronger workforce. Are there any holds to that? Don't see any. I'm going to forward it to the agenda, but I just want to do so. Just the only thing that goes unsung in this report, when we forward it, it's going to be with great thanks to Jill Shane. Is she here this morning? There she is. I just want councillors to have an appreciation for the amount of work it took to make sure that every post-secondary institution signed off on this. So thank you. That being said, we can forward that. Can I take a vote on that right now, councillors? Yes.
So you're going to move a motion to amend that City Council receive the item for information.
Okay, yes. And so that we can make sure that they know that at council, rather than have ECDC receive the report, I'm going to amend that motion to read that we recommend that council receive the report. That puts it on the council agenda so people read it. All in favor of that amendment? Seeing no opposed, that is carried. And then do you need on the item? You're good. Okay, thank you. Okay, EC 4.3 is the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement implementation in Toronto. This is the update report, and we do have speakers on the item, so we're going to leave that. I'll point out also, if folks didn't catch it, there is a supplementary report to that came after the provincial meeting, so people will have a look at that because those are the updated recommendations between now and when we finish hearing speakers. EC 4.4 is the Willowdale Business Improvement Area name change. Are there any holds to that? Seeing none, would you like to move the recommendations? Madam Vice Chair, do you want to move that for us? Councillor Robinson has moved. Yes,
I'll move that.
Thank you. All in favor? Seeing no opposed, that is carried. Thank you. And EC 4.5, the Toronto Licensing Tribunal 2022 Annual Report. I do not have speakers for that item. Does anybody wish to hold it? Seeing none, does somebody want to move adoption? Councillor Moise, you want to move adoption of the recommendations? All in favor? Seeing no opposed, that is carried. Thanks, councillors. And then EC 4.6, the Temporary Science Bylaw Review. We have one speaker on that one. Councillors, I'm going to recommend on this one, that's item number 6. But if the speaker is available to us this morning, I'm going to recommend that because they have only one speaker and the others have a number, that we move it forward. Is Mr. Duffy logged on? Oh, he is here. Oh, okay. So we're going to be moving that up for you, Mr. Duffy, as long as my colleagues agree. Seeing no objections, so we'll move that forward because you're a one deputation item on that one. Okay, and that is it. Are there any additional items? Oh, item 7. Yes, sorry about that, which is several pages up. Last but not least, councillors, EC 4.7, which is a forward item to us, the 2022 Toronto Employment Survey, which is being forwarded to us from City Council. I hope everyone had a chance to read it. The only thing we need to do today is receive it unless someone wants to hold it for questions. Seeing no holds, would you like to move receipt, Councillor Moise? All in favor? None opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so councillors, that takes us back to the order paper, and the only change we've made is to move item 6 forward, which is the sign bylaw. If there are no objections, we'll just go straight ahead and hear the deputant, unless people wanted to have a presentation. Don't see anybody asking for that, so we'll hear from Mr. Duffy then. Mr. Duffy, do you want to come forward?
Good morning, everybody. Thanks very much for moving this forward.
Good morning.
I appreciate the time savings. Thank you. So as you're aware, I'm here today to make comments about the sign bylaw, the newly drafted sign bylaw, specifically one section of it. It's section 4.6 in the draft, and it relates to mobile signs only. I'm here basically to ask the committee to direct staff to re-engage with interested industry participants, as I believe the bylaw can be vastly improved from where it is now. My company's been providing mobile signs in the City of Toronto for 20 years now, and my experience has been that the industry has never worked very well in the city, and it can be improved. Not only does the bylaw and the permit process not work particularly well. I think the city's losing $1 million to $2 million a year in revenue related to these permits. The bylaw changes being recommended will not help you to get that income. In 2022, my company serviced between 250 and 300 customers in Toronto with our mobile signs. That represents about 20% of the signs in the city. So the mobile sign industry serviced about 1,000 to 1,200 small businesses. That's my estimate. And that represents thousands of monthly sign rentals. Given that level of interaction, I think this bylaw is clearly significant to the small business industry in the city. Yet the city and the industry had minimal meaningful discussion. There's been some written submissions, a meeting 3 years ago, and I think that's been about it. If the committee really wants to develop a bylaw that works for all the stakeholders in the long run, there's only 4 or 5 mobile sign companies that operate in the city, and they should be given a chance to discuss other issues that exist with the bylaw, which, in my opinion, and a couple of the other companies' opinions, we don't think they're being sufficiently addressed by the draft changes. From a signage control perspective, this meeting and getting the interaction with the 4 or 5 companies would help the city to gather control over a couple thousand signs that exist within its boundaries. So from that perspective, I think it would help out, and obviously you get the increased revenue from the permits. From what I see, although there are a number of issues with the recommendations, I think there are 3 major ones that, if addressed, it would make the bylaw dramatically better. The first being that staff only wants to allow businesses 6 signs, 6 30-day signs per year. Given that these signs are typically installed in business areas, I'm not too sure why the city would impose that limitation of only 6, except to keep the number of signs to a minimum. Yet in 2022 in Toronto, based on MLS statistics I got under an FOI request, there were only 60 complaints about mobile signs, and the city is full of signs at present. Similarly, in Mississauga in 2022, they moved to 4 signs per property, no permits required, no blackouts. In 2022, they had 2 complaints on mobile signs. So I'm not sure more signs means more issues. So I think the city could move from 6 permits a year to providing businesses with more access than that. A second issue I don't think the city sufficiently addressed is the use of these signs by charity groups in various cities around the GTA, Richmond Hill, Mississauga, Vaughan, Brampton. Community groups are allowed to advertise on road allowances. Your bylaw will only allow, your draft bylaw will only allow a 7-day display period on their own property. So for a lot of events, fundraisers, blood drives, et cetera, they won't be allowed access to this advertising medium. Finally, the final major problem we have with sort of the industry or the bylaw in the city is the permit process itself is so bureaucratic and time-consuming that it's just very frustrating to work through the red tape involved there. It's much more bureaucratic than any other cities. So in summary, not to try and resolve all these issues, but just to say that I don't think the recommendations coming forward to the committee are as good as they could be. This bylaw is going to be in place for the next 5 to 10 years, and it has significant impact on, thousands of small businesses in the city and thousands of signs in the city. So I think if we took probably another 8 hours of detailed discussion, it could be a lot better than what it is now. So I'm here today to ask committee to direct staff to re-engage with specifically our industry and mobile signs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Hang on, I'll just see if there are any questions of you from members of council. Councillor Thompson, you have questions for Mr. Duffy?
I do, Madam Chair. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Duffy.
Good morning.
You mentioned in your good morning. You mentioned in your remarks that you had that there were specific issues not being addressed, and I think I only heard one specific one. It's about you mentioned also that there's a couple of thousands of signs in the jurisdiction in the boundaries of Toronto. You talk about the businesses allowing 6 signs over the 30-day period. What additional concerns do you and the other companies have with respect to the proposed bylaw?
Well, I don't know
As the
why.
review says.
I don't know why the city would limit the small businesses to only 6 signs a year. I'm not sure, given the minimal number of complaints in 2022, for
Right.
example, that there's a reason to limit them to 6 signs a year. Why not give the business community every advantage it can get to prosper? So there's that issue.
What are some of the others?
Community groups, for example, not being allowed to advertise or get access to road allowances, permitted access to road allowances. For example, if you have a hockey group run by volunteers, the current draft bylaws, I read it, would only allow at best a 7-day display period on their property, which makes no sense for an organization run by volunteers. The bylaw process itself, just getting the permit, is exceptionally bureaucratic and unwieldy. So those are the 3 larger ones.
Right. Do you think that there are sufficient there's sufficient ability for the city to actually enforce its own bylaw with respect to signs?
I think, and I look at Mississauga as an example. They've gone from a system prior to the pandemic of thorough enforcement, permits every 21 days with a 21-day blackout, which is very similar to what the City of Toronto is suggesting. During the pandemic, they eliminated the need for permits. They allowed 4 signs per property, and last year, 2 complaints. And there's been almost, in my experience with bylaw enforcement, almost 0 interaction during the year. So I think if you put infrastructure in place and a bylaw in place and a permit process in place that works, a lot of the other issues go away and your enforcement level would be sufficient. But if you don't and you put a bylaw in place, you get all kinds of bizarre behavior. And that's what the city's had for 20 years now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Duffy. Madam Chair, those are all my questions for Mr. Duffy. Thank you.
Okay. Hang on, Mr. Duffy. Councillor Moyes, you have some questions?
Yeah, thank you. Through Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Duffy, for coming in. Do you feel that there's a fair comparison between Mississauga and Toronto, based on population and how busy our streets are in the city?
I think it is where it pertains to mobile signs. These signs typically sit at large plazas on the grass, not the sidewalks, not downtown Yonge Street. The traffic volumes on Eglinton Avenue and Mississauga are large. The traffic volumes on Erin Mills Parkway are significant. So from that perspective, for these signs, I think it's quite comparable. The action of all the small business community is the same.
But don't you think too that, it's important that we adapt our policies as time goes by? I mean, for example, Blockbuster Video is no longer because they did not, adjust their way of doing business. I know that a lot of businesses downtown use alternative ways to advertise, be it online or be it, using different means to sell their products. But you're talking simply now about mobile signs that, for me, I feel is somewhat ancient, 2023.
what most people don't understand about them is that they're probably the most effective tool that the small businesses can use, because the majority of their customers and the majority of the target audience is driving by that person's retail outlet every day.
Do you have do you have any data to substantiate your claim on that?
There's a study from San Francisco University that is where that claim is from, which I can provide to you. I don't have it with me.
And there's nothing Canadian data?
No, there's not a lot of that stuff one way or the other. And so downtown Toronto, obviously these signs don't exist. And the population density is quite high down there. So to run a little internet advertisement in your immediate area might work. The problem with that is the expense. You compare that expense to these signs, and these signs are much more valuable to the small business operator. So if the signs are more valuable, why would the city want to force them to use something that's less profitable, less effective?
Yeah, thank you.
Are there any more questions of the deputant? I can't see everybody on screen now. So if there are any more questions, you can just simply tell us by mic. Seeing none? Okay. Okay, so we're going to take it into committee now. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I guess the executive director is licensing. Is he there? I don't see his name on the.
I'm in person, Councillor Thompson.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Grant's there. I just didn't see you there. Mr. Grant, you heard Mr. Duffy's comment specifically about requiring additional time for those in the industry to have further consultation with you. Can you tell us how you consulted with the industry as part of framing this review?
Sure, and thank you for the question. We've held, I guess, 2 series of consultations, as we do with all our bylaw reviews. In 2019, when this was first brought forward, we gathered information and met with public and stakeholders, pedestrian accessibility advocacy groups, real estate associations, sign providers and holders, the construction industry, etc. And again, in 2023, we reconnected with the public and stakeholders to gather additional information and feedback on a variety of items, including all the different types of signs that are included in this bylaw review.
Thank you for that. Now, this review that we are looking at and had a chance to read, does it reduce the encumbrance of red tape with respect to those who wish to have these signs erected on their properties? Is it more cumbersome or is it less cumbersome?
The intent of today's report is really to modernize the bylaw and simplify it to make it easy to read, easy to understand, and easy to enforce. We continue to work with our partners in tech services or IT to ensure that this is all done online through a portal, and where we can, we look to reduce any type of red tape or encumbrances there. The bylaw doesn't get specific to it. Those are operational items that we as a group in our licensing and permitting office that continue to make improvements every year.
Fair enough. Can I just draw your attention to recommendation number 9 and the subset to that, both A and B, where it speaks to the application to apply temporary signs contract and services. Signs must adhere to the following. A says only 1 sign per contractor is allowed on a property. And then B says there cannot be more than 3 signs on a property. So can you unpack that for me in terms of what is a contractor? Is that someone who is an electrician? Is it someone who is a gardener? Is it someone that's a roofer? And how would that work with respect to signage? Because it seems to be a bit of a conflict. Perhaps I just need clarification on it. And of course, that's why I'm asking the question, Mr. Grant.
So throughout the last review, this was determined that there were two types of signs that are happening in our city but aren't necessarily regulated. So these are regulated, however, they do not require a permit. And there are contracted services signs, which is allow, again, for a contractor who's repairing or renovating or landscaping a property. So window cleaning, eaves cleaning, that type of thing for 30 days. A home builder identification sign is more of a infill housing or a something that's being renovated where you may have the architect, the mechanical engineer, and the kitchen supplier. So that is the main difference.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification. Madam Chair, those are all my questions for Mr. Grant. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Moise, you had some questions of staff?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Can you explain the process of how these signs and bylaws are usually enforced currently?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Moise. They are enforced by a combination of responding to complaints or proactive patrols.
And how many bylaw enforcement officers do we have to do this work currently?
Pardon me. This specific work is probably done by our bylaw enforcement area. They do signs as well, so it's roughly 125. But this is one of the many things that they do. It's not exclusively to signs. The only time we do exclusively to signs is when it's around election signs.
So these officers, are they MLS officers or specific to this particular bylaw?
No, these are our bylaw enforcement officers. They are in the bylaw enforcement unit, and they enforce up to 31 different bylaws.
Okay. Because I know a lot of the bylaws currently in the books we're not enforcing right now, so just asking for clarification on that. And reading through this, it says that cost recovery process. I'm not quite sure what makes this cost neutral.
So the fees are designed to pay for the administration of the permit process and likely a portion of the enforcement process. This isn't a huge revenue stream for us. It is around $100,000 per year.
Okay, thanks. Those are my questions.
Okay. Are there any other councillors' questions of staff?
Sorry, Councillor Ainsley?
Oh, Councillor Ainsley, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through Madam Chair to Mr. Grant. I wanted to ask specifically about the large boulevard signs. You know, often they're black and they have the fluorescent lighting on them. My understanding, if they need a permit from the city, if they're there legally, and then not without a permit, they're illegal. And so often, you know, when I file a request through 311 to have one removed, what's the timeline on that? Because it seems sometimes it takes weeks. Often I find I have to file a service request order 2 or 3 times through 311 to get one removed. So I'm trying to understand the process and how that all works, if you could explain that.
Sure, and thank you for the question, Councillor Ainsley. Those complaints, you're right, do come through 311 and are assigned to our group. The service standard is to get out there and to ensure that if it's permitted or not. I believe it's within 5 days. And then we work with our colleagues in transportation services to remove them if they are not permitted. It's really based on a priority response model that if it's impacting safety, where people are, you know, it's too close to an intersection, that is something we would look to remove sooner. But we often work with the mobile sign company to make sure that they are permitted and to work with them to make sure that they are complying with the requirements in the bylaw.
Okay, but so how does that get explained to myself as a councillor? Because I certainly didn't understand that. And, you know, I have residents that will complain about a sign that's on a a street corner or, you know, near the entrance of a park. You know, and once again, I'm sending 2 or 3 requests to 311. The first one will say, you know, was taken care of in 5 days and it's closed. But the sign's still there without a permit sticker on it. And you're saying that you're working with transportation, but that doesn't get reflected in the 311 process. So how do we fix that?
So thank you for the question. I will take that back with my colleagues in 311 and see that if we can improve the scripts that deal with this specifically so that it provides the information that you're suggesting.
Okay. And then how do you benchmark or do you have timelines in your department for, you know, how often you're meeting the standard you were just talking about?
So we do. I don't have those before me. I can get back to you on those. It's typically through the budget process where I have that information handy. I do not have it specific to this type of enforcement. I will endeavor to look into that and get back to you.
Okay, could we have it for council?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Are there any other questions? Oh, Councillor Robinson?
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a perpetual problem. You may be aware of it in my ward with real estate signs. People really, individuals really abusing that by putting up signs, open house signs for days. Clearly, that's not appropriate because an open house is a day. So can you, I see this as part of the report, but can you tell us what you're doing to address those real estate open house signs, et cetera, and beyond that stay up way past their expiry?
So thank you for the question, Councillor Robinson. I am aware of that issue in your neighborhood, in your community, and it's something that we will have staff look into. A big part of this is public education, and we have consulted and we will continue to consult with the Toronto Real Estate Board to ensure that they have the information that they need to ensure that they're following the city's bylaws that they may or may not be aware of. You can only put up an open house sign 2 hours prior to and then during the event, and then it's to be removed. And if people are putting those days in advance, that is a problem. And it's again, we will respond to that based on complaints.
Yes, I've also had meetings, more than one, with the Toronto Real Estate Board about this issue, and it never has been course corrected. And I want to be clear with you, it is a couple individuals, it's not the broader real estate community, but how do you tackle it when there's just a couple people abusing it, and they're not only putting it up way before, like days, they're also leaving it up days after. So how do you tackle that when it's not really widespread, but it's very targeted, but also very, you know, there's a lot of signs. So it's very intrusive.
Great. So what we would do is targeted enforcement. If we knew the 2 or 3 names that were continually doing this, we would go as far as to remove those signs, which are of significant value to the realtor. And it's something that we would look at. If it's being abused, we would again educate the realtors on what they can and cannot do, and what we would do in the event that they don't comply with the bylaw, and including charges.
Okay, thank you very much for your responses.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of questions myself. First of all, Mr. Grant, following up on Councillor Robinson's questions, and when I ask these questions, it is about her ward, not my own. It's a really targeted area for this problem, but I traverse through Councillor Robinson's ward to get just about anywhere. Do you have to have an open house? Do you have to have an address to be putting up an open house sign?
The short answer is yes.
I don't know how you would enforce it, and I do know that bylaw enforcement can address it, because I finally phoned one in because they were just everywhere. I took a shortcut because I had to pick someone up at Harrison Road School in Councillor Robinson's ward, and there was no address on them, and I started to drive around because I thought, where is the open house? And there was none. They just wanted to put their name out. And so I phoned it in, and your enforcement officer, I haven't seen this sign since. So great. But it does seem to crop up from time to time. I could name names right now where there is no address on the sign. And you really question, is there an open house? I don't even see an arrow on this sign. Is he just slapping up a sign so you'll register his name? That's not the intent of the bylaw. The bylaw is to advertise an actual open house.
That's correct, and the bylaw, as we're proposing, needs to include the address and the date.
Right,
So
right.
those are key components.
So that's an
that will-
improvement to the bylaw.
Correct, that will not allow people to just advertise looking to generate work, but to really promote the open house that they're looking to sell.
Okay. And my only other question was, with respect to the deputy, with respect, he spoke in measuring it based on complaints. There are changes to the bylaw here that may not be complaint-based. They may be, do you have a basket of things you look at when it's review time every few years that is complaints plus? And could you tell us some of the considerations?
Absolutely. During the consultation process and jurisdictional reviews that we do with a number of cities, we look at best practices. We look at sign pollution, blight, clutter, all of those things, and managing the, our communities, our neighborhoods, our right-of-ways in such a way that balances, again, that clutter with the need to advertise. So we feel we've struck a balance. We have increased mobile signs from 3 to 6 per year. Councillor Moyes is also exactly correct we are different than the city of Mississauga. Our communities, our streets, our sidewalks, our neighborhoods are different, and it is again a denser, busier place with less room.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. So, councillors, I'm going to take it to speakers now. I think we've all asked questions now. Are there speakers to the bylaw? Seeing none, Councillor Moyes? Okay. Well, we have the set of recommendations that we have here. Sorry, pardon. Just a quick confer. I had a motion that I was possibly going to do if it was continuing to be an issue in the community, but it's not. So I'm going to suggest that we look at just the recommendations that we have here and adopt those today to send them on to council. Councillor Robinson, Madam Vice Chair, do you want to move the staff recommendations? Okay.
Yes, I would love to. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor? Seeing none opposed, that is passed unanimously and on its way. Thank you, councillors. So we can move back up to the, thank you, Mr. Duffy. We can move back up to the top of the agenda. Item number 1, the Toronto Action Plan to Confront Anti-Black Racism, the 4-year update. We have a number of deputants, but I'm going to suggest that we hear the staff presentation first, and then we will call on the deputants.
So good morning, committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity for us to take a few minutes to share the progress of our collective work in implementing the Year 4 action part of the Toronto Action Plan to Confront Anti-Black Racism. As you know, this is an enterprise-wide commitment that implicates all parts of the Corporation of the City of Toronto, working with Black community leaders and organizations. And I'm proud to say in year 4, we have 17 active city divisions that are leading and implementing and embedding and innovating measures around equity within their work. Today, I'm joined by Dr. Kwatu Kente, SDFA's Director of Community Resources, and Kemba Bayam, Acting Manager of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit. And as I pass it over to Akwatu, who will actually do the presentation on our Year 4 achievements and the work ahead, I just ask for you to indulge me for one further second for me to thank the incredible staff of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit, whose passion, equity analysis, and collaborative approach is only surpassed by their commitment and hard work.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm being very vigilant about time, so if you see me looking down, I'm watching my thank you for the opportunity to brief you on the work that concretized the action plan in 2022. The irony of the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism is that this foundational work was being carried out during a pandemic that was both surfacing the costs, the health costs and social costs of anti-Black racism in an unprecedented way, while at the same time exacerbating anti-Black racism in an unprecedented way. Next. Yeah. The plan contains 22 recommendations, 80 actions aimed at improving outcomes and reducing barriers for Black Torontonians. This plan is a flagship equity strategy for SDF&A in its breadth and scope, given the corporate-wide approach with multiple tailored responses involved. The plan embodies targeted universalism, which is defined on the slide, an aspiration for an equitable society in which everyone can thrive. The strategies developed aim to achieve goals that are targeted based upon how different groups are situated within structures, cultures, and across neighborhoods. As John Powell characterized it, tailored public policies that benefit all. Next. Moving into part 2 of our presentation, I want to set the stage, the scene of year 4. The aftermath of the pandemic continued to impact Black communities with intersectional harms due to persistently higher rates of unemployment, higher wage stagnation, higher rates of housing affordability challenges, and food security issues. And by the end of 2021, COVID-19 mortality rates for Black persons living in low-income settings remain 3 times higher than Blacks living in middle and higher income settings, as well as non-racialized, non-Indigenous persons at the same socioeconomic level. Areas with more than 36% Black residents experienced eviction filing rates 2 times higher than those that were less than 2% Black. In effect, what Black communities were experiencing was what some anthropologists call a syndemic. That's a synergistic pandemic, where the infectious diseases acts upon vulnerabilities, exacerbating health risks, but at the same time, when it leaves greater inequity in its wake. Syndemic. Next. Year 4 responses and initiatives involve deeper and more expansive collaborations across multiple divisions. More than 17 divisional partners champion complex action deliverables, including economics, development and culture, parks, forestry and recreation, shelter support and housing admin, people and equity. We also developed 30 community partnerships involving Black mandated organizations, institutional partners, and grassroots groups to meet communities where they are, aimed at increasing civil society capacity. In sum, 41 actions in 2022 helping to complete 80% of 22 action plan recommendations, representing about $33.3 million invested to date, or to year, to the end of year 4, I should say. Next. Year 4 highlights also included more than $500,000 spent to support Black youth in particular, which we were able to leverage to deliver 2,329 new youth recreation jobs through parks, forestry, and rec. People in Equity prioritized the creation of stable employment opportunities for Black, queer, and trans youth, hiring Black youth in 13 divisions across the city. We also engendered unprecedented investments in Black agencies that allowed many to continue despite their precarity in 2022. For instance, Economics Development and Culture established the Youth Cultural Incubators Stabilizing Initiative, which provided 3 years of core funding, mentorship, and financial literacy training to 6 Black arts organizations, including the NEAR Center for the Arts, Rise Edutainment, and Community Services. And you know, if I had more time, I would name them all. 18 diverse Black servicing agencies also received core funding, bolstering community capacity building. Children's Services stewarded important work through partnerships to deliver cultural appropriate programming at early on sites for birth to 6-year-olds. Next. Many positive aspects of the plan cannot be measured, yet we are still able to recognize certain positive outputs and outcomes. More than 7,430 staff were trained. Not only were they trained, but they were provided with follow-up support so that the training would be a sort of a capacity building through the CABR corporate learning program of tools and resources so that people could continue their learning after the actual 4 hours of training. We also developed an evaluation framework, the Ubuntu Impact Assessment Model, which provides community-defined metrics for evaluating success at 3 levels: the individual level, the group level, the institutional level, and societal level. We were quite pleased with the growth of the Black staff networks and through enhanced efforts to expand safe spaces, support professional development. We also welcome various divisions' efforts to tailor their own anti-Black racism plans, such as senior services and long-term care, shelter support, housing and admin, Toronto Employment and Social Services, as well as Toronto Community Housing, to name a few. Next. Here we talk about legacy initiatives. These are the foundational initiatives aimed at addressing the root causes of structural inequalities that are racialized. And these efforts address key areas of health, food, housing, neighborhood development, and community funding. And they were first identified in the Year 3 Action Plan. These are long-term and collaborative efforts involving multiple partners and stakeholders. For instance, and I really am delving briefly into a few, Growing in Place with Economic Development and Culture addresses Black displacement as a result of neighborhood redevelopment and planning. The Black Food Sovereignty Plan, the Toronto Public Health, and the Poverty Reduction Office addresses chronic food insecurity. For instance, 8 new targeted Black farmers markets were launched to improve fresh food access. The Black Housing Framework is currently under development with the Housing Secretariat, and the Black Health Services Coordination Strategy is a cross-divisional effort to address gaps in social determinants of health that have a racialized impact on Black people, Black residents of Toronto. Next. The year ahead promises to be, how am I doing for time? Good? Okay, speaking fast enough. The year ahead promises to be...
We lost track of time, which is a very good sign.
Thank you. The year ahead promises to be exciting, yet unrelenting in our efforts to address anti-Black racism across the city. 34 remaining actions involving 17 lead divisions across 4 themes. We aim to be mobilized for transformative cultural change, to advance also community safety, justice, and well-being, to foster economic prosperity and community funding, to drive better targeted services, programs, and spaces that are collaboratively planned and developed and delivered. Next. Transformative culture change is a big term in and of itself. What does that mean? It means change that is discernible, it can be seen, it can be perceived, it can be felt. It means change that is measurable, it can be assessed, specifically with metrics. It means change that is modifiable. It's amenable to a changing strategy given the dynamic nature of the times within which we live. These will be pursued through complementary approaches related to Black data governance, improved complaints processes, and grounded, culturally responsive advice. The parallel tracks should result in greater accountability and higher levels of community trust in our city's processes and plans. For instance, People and Equity leading the development of a Black data governance model to inform the corporate data for equity strategy is a crucial piece. Deputy City Manager is working with a new complaints project team to revamp the processes. And the City Clerk's renewal of the Advisory Committee to support the United Nations Decade for People of African Descent all contribute towards mobilized, transformative cultural change processes. Next. Delving a little bit deeper into community safety, justice, and well-being, we are anticipating a community health approach to violence through the leadership of Toronto Public Health, anticipating enhanced safety in transit through the TTC's efforts to focus on controlling use of force. We are looking forward to the expansion of the Toronto Community Crisis Response by SDF&A's Police Reform Unit to effectively address continuing challenges in this area. Next. We are also redoubling our efforts to engender both economic recovery from COVID-19 as well as long-term prosperity. A Blackhurst Cultural Center should be an engine of creative production as well as economic opportunity. More equitable funding of Black community initiatives through the Black mandated funding framework will also establish enhanced skills building and opportunities across the community. Next. With respect to targeted services, the work of city planning together with economic development and culture and others in developing secondary plans and community development plans bodes very well for the strengthening of access and services for neighborhoods in Jane and Finch, Western Mount Dennis. The Black Focus Early On sites is a much-needed resource that will improve the quality of life for our youngest, most vulnerable residents, those birth to 6-year-old Torontonians. As well, we welcome the feasibility study currently that will be undertaken by SDF&A and Corporate Real Estate for the Somali Canadian Cultural Center. Next. So this report provided a snapshot of Black community realities just going into 2022. It highlighted the foundational work encapsulated under the legacy initiatives, which are really targeted to the root causes, deep structural issues that must be addressed in order to make permanent long-term change. And of course, we have an update of the Year 5 themes. We also have 5 appendices for those of you who want to drill deeply into the details. Please do. Next. And the report brings forward one singular recommendation that City Council Director, Executive Director of Social Development, Finance and Admin, to develop a new 10-year Toronto action plan to confront anti-Black racism so as to effectively respond to emerging and persistent issues facing Black Torontonians in consultation with those agencies, those Black-led and mandated institutions, residents, and stakeholders, and the following city divisions, agencies, boards, and commissions who were engaged in the first iteration of the action plan. and that we report back in the last quarter of 2024. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna, we go to the, to hear from the deputants, and then we'll come back to questions of staff. Okay. Did Councillor Thompson get to stay for the Councillor Thompson has an appointment. He may be back by the time we get to questions of staff. But he did say he had to leave at 10:30, so I'm hoping he got to see the whole presentation. Okay, so councillors, we have a number of deputants. I'm gonna to call out the first three names, and you can let us know who's online. We have Kemi Jacobs from Delta Family Resource Center, who's asked to log in. Fouad Abdi from the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation, and Sakari Ahmad also from the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation. Is Kemi logged on? Yes. Oh, okay. Okay, so we will start with Kemi Jacobs then from Delta Family Resource Center. Oh, there you are. Good morning. We can see you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
You have 5 minutes. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. Greetings, members of the Economic Development and Community Development Committee and everyone present. I am Kemi Jacobs, the Executive Director of Delta Family Resource Center, an organization in Northwest Toronto which strongly supports the Confronting Anti-Black Racism CABR unit's leadership role in the ongoing implementation of the action plan to confront anti-Black racism. And I stress the leadership role because basically we need a champion to carry this work forward. And I'm going to continually speak to the need for sustained action. So really focusing on the next phase, i.e. a 10-year plan at the end of this 5-year phase. I was involved in the Sankofa principle of looking back to go forward. I was involved in the initial development of the action plan 5 years ago, and I'm delighted to see that 80% of the recommendations have been implemented. This is a solid, actually even a stellar track record, and we ask that the committee members support the unanimous adoption of the action plan for year 4 and look at ways of sustaining this tremendous work, which is what is needed if conditions are to improve for Black Torontonians. At Delta Family, we understand the impact of the intersections of various types of oppression, and we aim to, with our partners like the city, address long-standing economic and systemic disparities faced by Black communities in the city. Our experiences supporting, we are one of the intermediaries for the Black Mandated Fund, so we have worked with at least 18 Black grassroots organizations, and we serve Black residents in Northwest Toronto. Our experiences supporting Black residents and the Black mandated organizations tell us that, one, we need short-term and long-term systemic interventions to address the root causes, and also tell us that increased support through sustained funding for Black organizations is critical if we are to look at solutions that result in impactful change. The continued leadership of the CABR unit, the Partnership and Accountability Circle, and their respective partners provide a comprehensive, community-informed approach that results, and the 80% achievement of the action items speaks to this, result in a meaningful change to address the immediate and long-term challenges which Black communities face. As an agency which was formed 40 years ago to focus on supporting isolated families in Northwest Toronto, Delta Family is particularly pleased that last year, Toronto Children's Services, recognizing the need to begin to address anti-Black racism at its root, introduced the Toronto Children's Services Innovation Grant. This grant is specifically designed to advance the recommendations of the Early On Black Leaders Group, to provide anti-Black racism training to senior and divisional management, and also, just as importantly, to continue expansions and enhancements to deliver culturally relevant programming and safe spaces for childcare programs for Black communities and their families. In other words, this grant intentionally provides culturally relevant programs and services for Black children and family in all early on programs. And this is a major step forward. Black children who see themselves reflected in these first programs that they attend and in the people who work in these spaces, Black children whose parents see their cultures and values embraced, and who are part of framing programs to ensure that they are culturally relevant, are more likely to grow up into confident, assured individuals who celebrate their Black identity and proudly take up spaces in kindergartens, in schools, in universities, in offices, in city council, and who celebrate their Black identity proudly. We need such programs for our children. In closing, I reiterate that changes in existing systems are what we need now. As Toronto moves from or away from the pandemic, we really need such services. Short-term solutions are not enough to address the intergenerational impacts of anti-Black racism, trauma, and systemic exclusion. The CABR has shown that it is a stellar leader and really has shifted the needle and moved the needle and created a systemic change. So we are asking City Council to support the continuing investment in the CABR, in the action plan, and to look very practically at moving forward with a 10-year plan. Thank you. 3 seconds
Thank
over.
you. Yes, thank you very much. Are there any questions for Kemi? Seeing none, councillors, the camera hasn't shifted yet, so you have to shout out if you have any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, do we have Fawad Abdi from the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation online? Fawad Abdi? Oh. Sakari Ahmed? Yes. Okay. Okay, good morning.
Can you hear me?
We see you. Yes. Good morning, Mr. Ahmed. We see you now.
Good morning. Yes.
Yes. I'll start your clock now. You have 5 minutes, and then hang on the line. There may be questions from council. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds great. Thank you. Yes, my colleague Fuad had a last-second emergency and had to drop out, but I'll try to cover everything we were going to mention. I want to start by extending my gratitude to the civil servants, community members, and city councillors for their continued support in the efforts of the Somali Culture and Recreation Center, or as we know, SOCR's efforts to push for much needed physical space to meet the community's needs. Black communities are under-resourced and underdeveloped. This is particularly a poignant problem in the neighborhoods we're focusing on, but it is clear this is a citywide problem. We are concerned, as in budget crunches, the communities that suffer the most are often Black communities, and the Black community's priorities as a result. You can see from how the city's allocation of community social infrastructure historically points to a long-standing disinvestment of the Black community. And our report, published this past December, highlights those significant disparities in more specifics. SOCR was created to try and fill the gap in community services, and the research we've done with the University of Toronto supported our initial observations that Black communities have a dearth of recreational centers, cultural centers, and public resources in comparison to the rest of the city. Particularly the Somali community living in Etobicoke and Scarborough it's sort of a double whammy where we don't have access to resources, both within the Black community, but both of these regions are also under-resourced when compared to other boroughs in Toronto, specifically the downtown core. In our efforts, we've been able to mobilize the Somali community to rally around this center because not only is it clear to everyone that this space is necessary, but this is something the community has been asking for formally for 4 decades, harkening back to a meeting with the provincial government in the 1980s. We've since been able to raise funds to cover operating costs, and to fund a feasibility study that is forthcoming from one of Toronto's largest planning firms. Again, we greatly support the support the city has shown in passing the motion and receiving numerous letters of support from councillors, but we're at a crossroads and much more support is needed to push soccer to become a reality. Other jurisdictions have supported similar initiatives, providing robust funding and a coordination of support. In the case of Edmonton, this was $350,000 in feasibility study and pre-development support. Toronto itself, based on budget report backs, has supported other placemaking initiatives financially, and so we're asking for the same, that your mandate as councillors is to prioritize and think through how we allocate the city's finite resources in the best way possible. These are policy choices and decisions that have generational impacts. And what happens today is what is realized tomorrow. So in conclusion, we hope the city can deliver this type of support and meet the community's hard work halfway. We're asking for continued conversations with CABR and the SDFA at large. Again, I'd like to thank SDFA, Parks, and Creatio for their support and urge council to help these entities support us further by providing them the seed capital for the planning stages of Black infrastructure projects, because they cannot happen otherwise. Soccer is grateful for the current partnership and looking forward to further deepening of our relationship. Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for that. Councillors, are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for your deputation, but on a number of the points you made, we'll be following up through questions of staff when we get to that point, as soon as we get through the speakers. Thank you so much. Okay. Do we have Romaine Baker, Black Urbanism TO? Yes. Excellent. Are they just on the phone? Or do we have a visual? Romaine Baker, do you have your camera on?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Oh, there you are. Hello. Okay, we can all see you in the committee room online now. So if you want to proceed, you have 5 minutes, and then stay on the line for questions after.
All right, thank you. Good morning, members of the Economic and Community Development Committee. My name is Romaine Baker, and I am the Executive Director and co-founder of Black Urbanism TO. So Black Urbanism TO is a nonprofit organization with a mandate to increase the participation of Black peoples in community development to advance their social, economic, and cultural interests. Since our inception in 2018, our work has been centered around the preservation and sustainability of Little Jamaica as an economic and cultural center for many Black communities, but particularly for those in the Caribbean diaspora. Through our work, we have created opportunities for Black residents and business owners to actively shape the future of Little Jamaica through several community engagements and initiatives. Black Urbanism TO would like to express our support for the Toronto Action Plan for confronting anti-Black racism and its various recommendations to improve the quality of life for Black peoples in the city. One of the Action Plan's initiatives that has had a significant impact on Little Jamaica is called Growing in Place. The Growing in Place initiative aims to mitigate the displacement of African, Caribbean, and Black residents and businesses as a result of gentrification. As many of you might be aware, Little Jamaica is one such neighborhood that is under threat of significant displacement of Black business owners and residents as a result of the Crosstown LRT and residential condo development. Through the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism, we have benefited from an ongoing partnership with CABR, which has resulted in the release of our 2020 report titled A Black Business Conversation, outlining the aspirations and barriers faced by Black business owners in the neighborhood, and the subsequent motion which led to the Little Jamaica Cultural District Plan study. Since then, Black Urbanism TO has been engaged in research on community land trusts and other community ownership models that allow for permanent affordability as a key strategy for mitigating displacement. This past year, we have again been supported to engage Black residents on their priorities with respect to food sovereignty, affordable housing, and economic development, and how the community ownership models that we have identified through our research can be used to advance those objectives. We have also been able to establish a model for community governance through the creation of resident subcommittees that will support the development of strategies for implementing food sovereignty, affordable housing, and economic development initiatives as part of the Community Land Trust. Through the Growing in Place initiative, we have not only been supported to develop locally developed solutions, but we are also empowered to share our lessons learned with community organizers and nonprofits in other neighborhoods facing similar challenges, namely Mount Dennis, Jane and Finch, and Lawrence Heights. We are proud of the work that we've been able to accomplish thus far and look forward to our continued partnership with CAVR to bring measurable results for Black communities in Little Jamaica and beyond. In closing, we would like to thank the members of the Economic and Community Development Committee for your time this morning.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that. We have a couple of questions. Sorry, Councillor Moyes has some questions, then I have one as well. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, and through Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation this morning. I'd like to hear more about the Community Land Trust that you referred to.
Sure. So this Community Land Trust, it will be a Black-led and Black-serving land trust that is tied to the Little Jamaica Cultural District. This would be, I guess, a key component of ensuring that the businesses that are, essential to the area will be able to have sustainability, and also for residents. The residential component of, mitigating displacement. Understand that, food sovereignty is food insecurity is a major issue in the city. And through the Black Food Sovereignty Plan, which is our work will be grounded in, we're looking to be able to activate our land resources for providing affordable access to food.
Is the Land Trust currently active, or are you aspiring to actually form it? And who's assisting you in that initiative?
So our research has been supported by the Metcalf and Atkinson Foundations. The Land Trust is still in development, so it's an ongoing work that we are, preparing to launch in the near future.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Councillor Moyes. I just had a question. Mr. Baker, you were really complimentary of the Growing in Place initiative and its impact in Little Jamaica area. I'm wondering if that includes, or any of the learnings there, or any of the response. Can we also use them in terms of the kind of displacement that happens inside social housing, with social housing revitalization and retrofits? Did any of the work in the community you work with, did it extend to TCHC types of properties? Or are we talking mostly about where the displacement is coming from, transit development on privately owned properties?
Yeah, so the research was centered around displacement as a result of the transit development.
Yeah.
And gentrification. I think, through Growing in Place, there are, examples that we've seen in the city of, land trusts acquiring TCHC properties, for example, and, providing, I guess a longer tenure and sustainability for those residents in those areas, and in particular I'm referring to Parkdale, which has been a great example for the other community land trusts developing in the city.
Right. I was gonna put Councillor Moyes onto that, how the Parkdale one was formed. That would be a great support to developing this one. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Baker. Okay. Next, I hope I'm saying this right. Is it Oema Boateng? From Black Creek Community Farm? Okay. There she is. Now you have to introduce yourself so that I'll know if I made a mistake on your name.
For sure. My name is Emma Boateng.
Okay, so we have 5 minutes. I'll start your clock now, and then if you want to stay on the line afterwards, there may be questions.
Good morning, everyone of the Economic and Community Development Committee. Thank you for giving me a platform today to have my deputation heard and considered. My name is Ohima Boateng. I'm a longtime resident in the Jane and Finch community, a mother, a Black farmer, a grassroots organizer, and the executive director of Black Creek Community Farm, a nonprofit organization rooted in the Jane and Finch neighborhood. Our mission is to serve and enrich the community through a thriving farm, healthy food, hands-on learning, hands-on training and learning experiences. And our goal is to inspire the next generation of youth in food justice, as well as support diverse natural and social ecosystems. Black Creek Community Farm strongly supports the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit and its ongoing implementation of the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism. We requested the committee consider the unanimous adoption of the Toronto Action Plan Year 4 update. I want to start off by just giving you a little context about the farm and the city's involvement in the past. Previously, our beautiful 8-acre farm was originally pioneered by a Ghanaian elder and city staff named Solomon Boye, who once named the farm Toronto Urban Gardens in response to the growing gun violence and crime, the inaccessibility to nutritious and culturally relevant food options, and lack of socioeconomic support for Black folks in the Jane and Finch neighborhood. At the time, the land was owned and still is owned by TRCA, but was managed by the city under Parks and Forest and Rec through the beautification budget. His vision for the land was meant to be a safe space and employment opportunity for Black youth and the Black community in urban agriculture and food sovereignty. He was able to hire youth who hand-tilled the land 3 times over before cultivating it. And the youth themselves were put together the fencing around the property, the gates, the shed, the irrigation, with no machinery, electricity, and lack of adequate infrastructure and shelter from the hot sun. I share this because it shows how the city's core funding supporting this farm was able to support and serve the community and its immediate needs. So with that, we're hoping that with this, through the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit, it's something that can happen again. Today, Black Creek Community Farm has continued to reflect our food justice and food sovereignty values and align our farming practices and community programming towards a model of urban agriculture that tackles inequities in our food system. Through the Black leadership of Solomon Boye, former executive director Ama Amponsa, and myself of Black Creek Community Farm, to address the longstanding systemic inequalities in our food systems faced by Black communities. Through numerous community consultations led by Black Creek Community Farm and resident-led grassroots groups like Black Creek Food Justice Network and Jane and Finch Action Against Poverty, and recent reports from StatCan and the Truth Study from the University of Toronto shows that we are in dire need of long-term systemic interventions to address the root causes of anti-Black racism. It's critical for the city to prioritize the needs of vulnerable Black residents in the community, in communities like Jane and Finch, and increase core sustainable funding, resources, and support for Black-led and Black-focused organizations. If we genuinely want to move forward with a solution and make impactful change. Throughout the pandemic, Black communities were disproportionately impacted. And the pandemic extended into health outcomes impacting vital and social economic well-being factors. Black children, youth, seniors, families were all impacted, whereas 1 in 3 Black households were experiencing food insecurity compared to 1 in 8 for non-visible minorities. Black communities are 3 times more likely to experience food insecurity compared to white Canadians, even after adjusting for factors like immigration status, education, and home ownership. The ongoing leadership of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit and its partners will provide a comprehensive community-informed approach to realizing meaningful change and address the immediate long-term challenges faced by the Black community. And just to end it there, I want to thank all the members of this committee, and we look forward to the continued partnership of the CABRA unit. And my apologies for going over, so thank you.
It sounded like you were getting there, so I didn't want to interrupt you. Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much. And I will say this, we have a new counselor sitting here, and myself, I haven't been for a long time. A visit to the farm is long overdue. Okay, Zakiya Tafari is not here. Is Donna Harrow here from Ripple Effect Circle? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Donna, good morning. Oh, there you are. We can see you now. Okay. Okay, so I'll start your clock for 5 minutes, and then afterwards, the members may have some questions for you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair. I have not seen you in a while. Good morning to the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here this morning. And this, for me, is a great privilege to talk about how the Ripple Effect appreciates and welcomes continually the support of the CABR unit. So I am the lead of the Ripple Effect, and the Ripple Effect is an organization that brings together experts and leaders from different sectors that serve the Black community. So education, policing, child welfare, unions, housing, and the list goes on. We work together because we would like to look at policies and procedures, first of all, in those different sectors and in different levels of government, and look at how we can change them to make them more equitable as they serve the Black community. So we've had the great opportunity of working with the CABR unit and having them support us in 2 summits that we've done in the past couple of years. Last year, in November, December, we actually got funding from the city to be able to put that summit on. And so we look at all of the things that we have been talking about, mental wellness, the trauma in the Black community, the effects of COVID on the Black community, food sovereignty, housing, how that relates in terms of education, policing, child welfare, all the sectors that we deal with. And so it is important for us at the Ripple Effect to have this collaboration with the CABR unit and their support in terms of the human resources and the financial resources that we've gotten, and the connection to other organizations within the Black community that we had not in the past had the opportunity to connect with. Working with the different committees within the CABR has been amazing for us. And so I commend the work of the CABR. I support the recommendations going forward and hope that this committee can bring this forward to council. One of the things that I think we need to work on going forward, though, is the ways, in terms of policies, is the ways in which departments work. Because this particular department can work really well, but there is a disconnect with other departments within the city. And that is something that I would love for us to work on going forward. Again, thank you to the CABR unit for the support that we've gotten, and I hope that we can continue to work together.
Thank you so much, Donna. It sounds like you're living our lives. Disconnect, you say?
Absolutely.
We struggle internally and externally with that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It was good to see you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much. Okay. Anand Lolali from the Black Food Sovereignty Program are here. Yes. Anand, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
Okay, we've got your picture up. So I will start your clock for 5 minutes, and then afterwards the members may have questions. You can go ahead.
Good morning, members of the Economic and Community Development Committee. I'm honored to be here. I can introduce myself. My name is Anand Lolali. I manage the African Food Basket Black Food Sovereignty Toronto program, and I chair the Black Food Sovereignty Working Group, a combination of members of our community who are involved in food systems and community development work. I also like to comment Kemba Bayam, manager, Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit, and the team. Specifically, I must also commend the former manager, Anthony Morgan. I'd like to first acknowledge the work of the City Council for boldly stepping forward and establishing the CABR unit. This has been a great asset to our community, mobilizing our community and the resources to do what needs to be done. It's a great leap forward establishing equity in the City of Toronto. Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit is such a great metropolitan city as Toronto is using is unprecedented and historic. Year 4 launched a number of impactful initiatives that increase Black leadership, community capacity, and organizational resilience, which includes the groundbreaking Toronto Black Food Sovereignty Plan, first year of which my presentation will speak more specific to among the great achievements of the unit. October the 1st, 2021 is a historic in the history of the Toronto City Council, but I must say not only the City of Toronto, but the Western world. City Council approved Canada's first Black Food Sovereignty Plan for Toronto to respond to the needs for immediate and comprehensive action to address the problem of food insecurity experienced by many Black Torontonians. And just to let you know, we are in consultation with our sister cities of Montreal and Nova Scotia to establish Black food sovereignty plans in those cities. This 5-year plan is a community-led, municipally supported initiative supported by an interdivisional team working towards achieving 3 primary objectives. Develop city-supported Black-led initiatives dedicated to addressing food insecurity issues that disproportionately impact Black communities. I know the report has been circulated, Toronto Black Food Sovereignty Plan Year 1 update, and there's so much that's been happening. I'd like to give a specific shout out to the young Black women farmers who have stepped up to the plate and doing a great work. Their support, I must say, CABA has done great work in supporting these initiatives and supporting the markets that are selling the food from these farmers who are producing the food in the city. Also, identify and establish sustained support and funding for Black-led, Black-servant, and Black-mandated food organizations and Black food sovereignty community infrastructure, as we could see in the community markets that have been established. The idea to support these initiatives of Black food sovereignty, I must say, is very important. I'd like to quote a quote from a pretty famous person, the former president of the United States of America, JFK, John Kennedy. He said, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. To put that in context, is about Black food sovereignty. And food sovereignty is the right of people to healthy and culturally appropriate food produced through ecologically sound and sustainable methods, and their right to define their own food and agricultural system. Why I say, ask not what your country can do for you. Food sovereignty is about communities defining their own food security in partnership with municipal governments, provincial governments, and federal governments. So it's a partnership. The Black food sovereignty work is a partnership with governments, whether it be municipal, federal, or provincial. I like to say that it will be good to continue supporting the work of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit and its implementation of the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism. We ask that the city continues to fund and support the unit's invaluable effort in our African and Caribbean communities. What has worked well with us is a great partnership with Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit, moving forward the agenda of Black food sovereignty in Toronto. I thank you for this opportunity to address the City Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so
Are
much.
there any questions about the program? Are there any questions? Seeing none from the other councillors, I just have one myself. Within the program, the market program, which is, someone gave me the feedback, oh, I thought all those farms growing all those vegetables was just for the exercise of doing it. People didn't think of the fact that there was enough yield to be selling. Is there any research going on within the program to make sure that we're making that available to an ever-growing number of neighborhoods? Is there a study of where that should happen so that the black market's actually inspired taking control of one's own food sovereignty? Or are they sort of sticking to some set areas for logistics reasons?
Well, as a person who's been involved in farming for the last 20 plus years, there is some research that is being done presently, but not available as yet. This is the first year of the Black Food Sovereignty Plan. Yeah. We are engaging Black farmers in conversation to make sure that we start to look at how we evaluate the work we're doing. They're growing lots of foods and they're selling these foods not just at Black Farmers Markets, but for many other farmers markets across Toronto.
Okay, but there is some ongoing research about where you might be.
Yes, there's
Okay.
some ongoing emerging.
Excellent. So that could be part of what gets resourced in the next iteration of the plan. Thank you so much. Those are my questions. Councillor Moise, you had a question?
Thank you, through Madam Chair, and thank you to the deputant. What percentage of Black farmers there in Ontario?
I would like to know that information, Councillor, also. So I hope we could get to doing a food assessment, because race-based statistics is very critical for development. If we don't know this information, we don't know what we're doing. So I am with you on that, Councillor, that we should get the resources to do that food assessment to find out what is happening with these Black farmers, because Black farming has been here for a long time, but we don't have a clue of where it's at, and it's not visible. So we would welcome a food assessment to look at the state of Black farming in the city, around the city, but also in Ontario.
And are there any strategies that you're looking at to perhaps acquiring farmland, perhaps, to expand food growth and land ownership, more specifically?
I said since 2008, the African Food Basket has been involved with what we call incubator farm programs, training young Black farmers in Toronto. Because of funding, there's always the stop and go, but we're now doing more intensive work on incubator farming, because we want to make sure that farming is not just to go and do it in a physical way, but it's a learning opportunity. It's about learning about farming, about modern farming. So we're looking at opportunities to establish an incubator Black farm in Toronto, where farmers could have access to land and resources to make sure that they evolve from being a small farmer to owning land in Ontario. Actually, we have some members of our group that also own land in Ontario through the incubator farm program.
Thank you.
Okay, those are your questions. Anand, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Carroll, for your ongoing work.
100%. Oh, hey, he was in the middle of thanking me. Didn't we all want to hear the rest of that thank you? No, the thank you should all go to Anand and all the people involved in that initiative. We have two more speakers, Cheryl Case and Dave McNee. Are they on video conference? Cheryl Case, there you are.
Hello, calling in from our city planning office. Really great to be here today and to see you all.
Okay.
So I'm speaking here. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Just start your clocks. You have 5 minutes, and then we may have questions after.
All right, great. So really great to be here. I'm speaking here in support of the action plan. I would love to see a full full support of the plan. CABR has been an invaluable partner to city planning and has catalyzed our capacity to begin scaling towards meeting the housing needs of Toronto's Black community and to establish strategies that alleviate the barriers that limit these communities' access and ownership of affordable housing. So, it's been noted already, the immense success of this office, with 80% of the actions being implemented since the beginning of their work. So I'm going to speak in specifics to the Black Housing Framework Legacy Initiative of CABR and how we fit into that. So some background. So city planning, we are a small Black-led nonprofit. About two-thirds of our team is Black. Majority of our staff are also racialized. And so in the Black Housing Framework, BChat and the Black Housing Framework are key strategies that we are contributing to support the city. So on the topic of Beach Chat, City Planning is one of the coordinators of this group alongside Margaret's Community Housing. We've been organizing this group since 2021. So with the city's funding, we are conducting a strategic plan to identify the priorities of this group and approaches to realizing those priorities. This group is incredibly valuable. It's been really fascinating to learn about the lived experiences of Black affordable housing leaders in Toronto, right? We, through this network, met an older man who has been working in the affordable housing space for 30 years and has never actually come across another Black affordable housing developer. So the impact that we'll be able to generate from bringing together Black affordable housing providers, developers, and researchers, we're just at the beginning now of being able to really grasp what that is, and we definitely are an ambitious group. So I would love to see CIBR continue to support this work. And second is the roadmap for redevelopment plans to confront systemic racism. So this is a project that CBR provided a letter of support for us to secure funding for in 2022. And with their support, we've secured over $4 million to facilitate engagement with Black communities across Toronto, as well as other cities, right? We understand that we are a government and a jurisdiction that is able to leverage the province and federal programs as well. So working with other cities is really helpful to that regard. So in Toronto, we are developing Black engagement in Little Jamaica, Rexdale, Mount Dennis, Etobicoke Lakeshore, and the Danforth. So we've been in Little Jamaica for over 4 years now. So this began with our Black Futures on Eglinton project. We've supported the Community Land Trust work there, including to identifying that as a key priority for affordable housing and for commercial spaces. We have been really pleased to see that longstanding resident Liana Mays has continued to support the Community Land Trust work, as she has been an advocate and an ongoing organizer in the neighborhood for over 15 years. So we've been supporting existing leaders to continue on in their leadership in Community Land Trust in Little Jamaica, as well as the neighbors that I've listed. We are supporting Black-led nonprofits to have access to supports in building affordable housing, right? Black folks have often been excluded from the economy of affordable housing, so we need to provide that connection so that they can actually leverage their assets to build affordable housing. The CRBR office has been critical to being able to coordinate with city divisions to implement the work of the roadmap, and we do see great impact to come from Beach Chat as well. So I wanted to again reiterate that I would love to see a fulsome adoption of the action plan, as you know the work has just begun, and I think we're on the way to seeing really transformative work being done through this office, and really pleased to see what they've included in this year's action plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, I will have questions of staff on your deputation, because I do want to follow up on the aspirations that you mentioned. Thank you so much. Okay. I lied before. We have 2 more deputants. Now we have 2 more. Is Dave McNee online? Yes. Okay. Mr. McNee.
I am here, and I'm just
Yes.
turning on my video. 1 second here. Okay.
There we are.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
We've got you.
Excellent.
So I'll just start the clock for 5 minutes, and then there may be questions afterwards. Go ahead. Yeah.
Perfect. Yes, again, my name is Dave McNee, and I'm part of the Partnership and Accountability Circle, the PACT. We were 12 Black Torontonians brought together into implementing the Toronto Action Plan to confronting anti-Black racism. And we are in partnership, we're supported by the CAPRAC, the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit. And simply put, we are in support of the Year 4 plan, and we would really like to see this go through council We've been working hard for the last 2 years to engage Torontonians from all neighborhoods, Mount Dennis, Eglinton. We've been part of consultations, talks, some debates in terms of what Torontonians, Black Torontonians are looking for, and for the points that were brought to the light earlier. It's not going to stop. We have to keep pushing this, and it is part of our mandate as a PAC to make sure that this action plan and the items in the action plan are pushed through, and we see it fulfilled for the long term. And I just want to talk about a little bit, it's one of those things where I'm a stakeholder. We have either stakeholders, elders on the committee, youth, and as a stakeholder, I think, away from the food insecurity, which was talked about earlier, housing affordability, something that is very, key to myself is the economic status or state of the Black community in Toronto. Whether it's supporting Black Torontonians with better job opportunities. I know it's maybe outside the purview of the City of Toronto, but in terms of providing economic stability and security, in terms of whether it's coming from support with grants and backing from, whether it's community partners. This is something that is going to be, especially now with, we don't want to admit it, but the sense of the economic state here in Toronto, it's vital. And it's something that a part of the action plan, and as we opened up with the presentation, and there's a call for a 10-year action plan, this is something that is vital for the Black community. And that's pretty much it.
Thanks. Dave, I'll just see if there are any questions of the deputy. I don't see any questions of the deputy. I'll just say that if you're going to promote Uchenna Academy behind you at your next deputation, I'm going to put up a CYBL United Scholastic Academy sign right behind me so that we can all promote our grants.
You're on. I'm actually working right now. I'm actually taking some time out to. I have to teach my kids, so I just stopped up here. But yeah, that's all good. Any plugs
Still
is all
jealous
good for
of
me.
that beautiful gymnasium.
Thank you for coming by. Anyone and everyone is welcome to come here.
You
It's
bet.
a community space for all.
It's a great program. Thank you so much for your remarks this morning.
Thank you again to the council.
Okay. And councillors, we have one more, Isaac Francis, who I think is online, ready to go.
Can you hear me?
We can. Are you? Do you have the ability for video?
There we go. Hi guys.
There,
doing?
we can see you. Okay. Good morning. Yes, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone.
And then hang on the line
Appreciate
after.
it. Okay, sounds good. Thanks for having me, everybody. It's great to speak with you all today. My name is Isaac Francis. I'm the project coordinator at Partner Housing, and we are in support of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit. And here at Partner Housing, we're a registered not-for-profit, and our goal is to develop more affordable housing across the City of Toronto. And we are working with our first client, who is a Black individual, and his goal is to build an accessory dwelling unit on his home in the way of a laneway house. And his vision is to also take control of the new bylaw that was passed for the multiplexes and build more units within his existing dwelling, and then supply those affordable rental units to Black youth in his community. And for us to really get going at Partner Housing, the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit has invested a little bit of money into us and helped us really get started with some operational funds. And then through our ongoing relationship with the Caber unit, we were able to make connections with the City of Toronto Planning Department and run our projects by them, and get their opinion on, the way we're going to be renovating our accessory dwelling units and adding supply into the market in the form of some affordable rentals. And they've also kind of really connected us with a high net worth philanthropist that loves what Partner's doing and really supports our work. And we are currently working with them and have an ongoing relationship with that high net worth philanthropist that is supporting what we do. And, without the, initial support of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit and our ongoing relationship, it's just been pivotal to the early and ongoing success of Partner Housing. And so, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the deputy? Seeing none? Okay, thank you so much. We'll be asking questions of staff on these.
Thanks.
Okay. Okay, councillors, we can take it into committee now. Are there, we'll go straight to questions of staff. Are there any questions of staff on the plan? Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. To be honest, it took me a while to get through this this document. I think it took me 3 attempts, and I finally finished it all this morning. And I had many questions and I had no questions. But listening to the deputants this morning, I think it has helped me form perhaps some questions. Again, thank you to staff for really putting this work together. It's really hard work and intense work, and many resources have gone into it since its inception. I know I'm not speaking, it's supposed to be questions, right? If I can help myself, I live with it. There's a theme here. So again, in regards to the deputants, housing affordability, food insecurity, more so specific to farming, businesses, for example, Little Jamaica and the struggles that they've had. And so my question is that, to me, it's around land ownership. Have we addressed that at all? Because it seems to be a theme that is recurring. And we spent a lot of resources, I think a $33 million investment so far since 2018, to address anti-Black racism. A lot of great work has come out of it, and the work continues. I'm all over the place, I know. But it's hard to also measure the metrics of our success as well, right? And I think, in your presentation, you actually admitted that. So again, are we doing enough? And are we in the right path? Should we look at perhaps acquiring land for farming, for housing, for business? Because I know over time, Black people have been forced out of these spaces. For AKA, for example, Little Jamaica, right? A lot of the businesses there have been there for 20, 30, 40 years. They don't own the property that the business is in. We know the history of Afroville in Nova Scotia, right? People owned properties and they were kicked out of those spaces as well. And communities were, decimated, haven't recovered since, And so again, to my original question, what are we doing about ownership of land and land to support the Black community in all the things that have been mentioned?
So through the chair, thank you very much, Councillor, for the question. And I think you are pointing to the complexity and the overall comprehensiveness that the Toronto Action to Confront Anti-Black Racism work has been about and needs to be, and part of the reason why we're asking for confirmation to begin developing a longer-term plan. I would say that part of the 22 actions and recommendations, so you spoke about the multiple things that you heard. Many of them were about service improvements, investments, those kinds of things. And as we have grown and deepened the work and partnership over time, the issues that you're now raising around, that the deputants raised, are becoming far more an important part in the work. So for example, through the Black housing framework that we're working on with the Housing Secretariat, trying to look at issues of Black ownership is one of the channels that we are working on. There is also other work happening where we are trying to understand collective ownership and looking at the issues of anti-displacement supports that Councillor Carroll asked one of the deputants around, learning from the Parkdale's people economy work so we can take or create some recommendations around more collective ownership models. The last deputant in your questions around what else can we do as part of the Black food sovereignty work related to buying farmland and those kinds of things. Obviously, we continue to work with communities to understand what those needs are. We are limited, of course, by the fiscal reality of the city, and so how much we can put forward. But again, this is why we're looking towards a next iteration of the plan that takes us another 10 years so that we can work on some of those deeper issues related to land ownership, farming, etc.
And one of the deputants mentioned working in silos. Which resonated with me because we tend to do that quite a bit here in the city. And I hope when it comes to this initiative that we actually are not working in silos. And you're right in that we as a city cannot do it alone. So my question then is, are we looking at perhaps a regional, a provincial, or federal strategy to address anti-Black racism? Because it's not a Toronto issue, right? It's a Canadian issue, so and beyond those borders too. So what are we doing to, expand this?
So an important part of the original framing of this work was the acknowledgement that the city alone could not confront anti-Black racism by ourselves, and to align with things like the UN International Decade on the peoples of African descent. We certainly have been spending time over the duration of the work connecting to the provincial government and the federal government expertise as they have tried to learn from our plan and create their own strategies. Our Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee, that is now a council advisory committee created with council direction in 2020, also is looking at intergovernmental actions as part of their work. So they're providing direct advice to council. They did in the last term, and they're about to be recreated for this term to provide intergovernmental advice on things like education, justice, and other things that are beyond the city's jurisdiction. So we absolutely see an intergovernmental approach to be critical. We continue to call to other orders of government to work with us and learn from us. And in the original creation of the plan, we actually had created a number of recommendations that got sent to the province because they pointed to areas of provincial leadership and jurisdiction. And so continuing those conversations over time. Have we had tremendous success? I would say that that's an ongoing piece of work.
Yes, and unless folks ask for a second round. Councillor Ainsley, you had questions of staff?
Yes, I do, through you, Madam Chair. I think this is to Ms. Campbell. I guess the first thing I was looking at was the financial impact report, where it lists a number of different agencies that have money embedded in their budget for 2023. And is this a comprehensive list, Denise? Or like one of the agencies I was thinking about was like Toronto Public Library, which, 100 branches around the city, and how are they involved in the anti-Black racism initiative?
So through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Ainsley. So the things that are listed here speak to major new enhancements that were done in the 2022 budget to support year 4 actions. So you're right that it does not include, as I noted earlier and my colleague Akwatu spoke of in the presentation, there are 17 city divisions and agencies that are actively participating in this work. Some divisions receive new, or agencies receive new resources in previous years. Some of our division and agency partners have embedded work within existing resources, which I think is a really important thing to acknowledge. So I would say that of the 33 million invested over the life of the action plan, the list that's in the financial impacts section is only the current highlights. It's not the sum total.
Okay. And then when it comes to the current 5-year action plan, it has 80 actions, 22 recommendations. How do you hold ABCs that have money or projects? How do you hold them accountable to make sure that the work gets done and they're following the recommendations?
Thank you for that question. And just to go back, Appendix A includes very specific contributions of library and other divisional partners. This annual reporting is part of the collective accountability mechanism. So Council directs us to report on the collective achievement and progress, including things that delay and shift, because that is a reality, especially over the last several years. But we take an interdivisional approach. We have a circle of all of our division and agency partners that are actively participating in looking at the actions, embedding them in their work plans, talking to us about supports that they need, barriers that they're experiencing, delays or new innovation. And so we're trying to take a very supportive approach to how we support our entire system to live up to the 80 actions, which, if I may, go back to our first deputy, Kemi Jacobs, who spoke about the 80% achievement being somewhat extraordinary for this type of work.
Okay. And then when you talk about reporting in one of the paragraphs for the 10-year plan, it says there's going to be a report back in 2024, or you're anticipating you'll be reporting annually back to this committee throughout that 10-year plan?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then in the slide deck, I guess the terminology that kind of caught my eye on the second slide, I'm just checking my notes, decolonized community center model, or decolonized community center model. What does that mean?
Sorry, I'm just catching up with which reference
No problem.
you are referring to.
I think it was on slide 2.
Slide 2.
Right on the left-hand side at the bottom.
Okay. Well, I think overall,
I'm not seeing it. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, the aspiration is always to conduct ourselves in ways that are sensitive and decolonizing in nature. I actually haven't found the reference yet.
So if I may, just to add to Dr. Kente, I would say that it is, when we started this work in 2017, we did something that was unprecedented for social policy, I think, at the city, is that we gave council a history lesson on anti-Black racism here in Canada and why this was important for a municipal government to take this kind of approach and work. And part of that has been how we develop a anti-Black racism analysis and working as we sort of learn from our work as well on reconciliation is how we take a decolonization colonization approach to this work in terms of looking at power structures, inequities that does not serve Black communities, other equity-deserving communities, and certainly Indigenous peoples. So I think overall, as we are just trying to catch up with you on the specific reference, that is part of the analysis in which staff are trained to understand this work, look at where barriers might be in our practice, culture, policies, and services, and try to dismantle those things so that we create greater equity and access for Black Torontonians, but other equity-deserving peoples in the city as well.
If I may, Madam Chair, could I add?
Yeah, go ahead, Doctor.
Yeah, we found the references to the Ubuntu framework, and the way decolonizing is used in the framework is to contrast the bottoms-up from a top-down approach to developing the metrics that evaluate success.
Working.
Pardon?
Oh, there we go. So we lost everybody for 40 seconds.
Okay.
Oh.
Should I repeat?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so I found the reference in the Ubuntu framework, and the idea is to develop a matrix or metrics that are reflective of community, so that as we assess success and progress, we're using a community-based framework and not really
Hello,
top-down
Madam Chair?
approach. Pardon?
Oh, okay. Are you having trouble with
I
audio
can't see the
again?
room, but the timer I can see for some reason.
Yeah. That's why I left the timer. I was trying to figure out what's going on here.
Hello,
So I was gonna
Madam
give
Chair?
you extra. Is it possible that it's here?
Madam
Was the
Chair?
mic- Oh, can you still not hear me? Oh, then it's something to do with the signal.
Madam Chair?
Councillor Ainsley, my microphone is on right now and you're not hearing me. Can you turn your camera off?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're back then. We can hear you, yes. But you were
Okay.
having trouble hearing the staff answer?
So we lost audio at about, I think I had just over 5 minutes and we lost all the audio.
Okay. So you didn't hear any of the doctor's answer?
I heard part of the doctor's answer.
Okay. So you just,
I heard Denise, the doctor, I think it was back to Denise and then lost audio.
okay. So if you want
I think I'm good at this point.
You're good? Okay. If not, we can ask it again
Thank
at
you.
council.
Yes. Or I'll send an email.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Robinson, you've got the signal? You're good? Okay, great. If there are no other questions, I just have a couple. Okay, great, and I'll clock myself. You did hear, I asked questions about the Growing in Place initiative with one of the deputants, Romaine Baker is working on it, I think. The reason I asked, I'm wondering if we're learning anything there that we can share, speaking of breaking down silos, with Toronto Community Housing, because displacement is a real issue there. And I have to say, particularly with the Black community, when we've done social housing revitalizations, I've had 2 in my ward, and we try, but we don't hit the mark when in terms of dealing with the disruption of relocation and coming back. And essentially, we don't call it that. We rebuild those homes, but when you come back, you're essentially coming back to a gentrified neighborhood. It's completely different than it was when you were there. And I know the community has tried to tell us how discombobulating it is. Charles Officer made a 2.5-hour documentary about it that was kind of a real slap in the face for me, a wake-up call. But I'm wondering if we're learning more from this Growing in Place initiative, this targeted effort that's going on in Little Jamaica, can we be sharing that with TCHC to improve that process with future revitalization projects?
Actually, the approach that we're taking of targeted universalism compels us to do that. We always have to think about the transferable lessons or transferable competencies and approaches and share them so that the benefits flow to all. It's not just benefits for Black communities, it's benefits for all marginalized communities, as well as the communities that aren't marginalized. So this is actually a built-in or implicit requirement of the approach that we're taking. So when we're doing our reporting, we're looking for that. Those transferable lessons.
Okay, excellent. And then in terms of if our recommendation to council today is to develop another 10-year plan, there will be new rounds of consultation if there were a number of issues raised in the deputations today, but there'll be consultative opportunities for that to be really formally in a more equitable way. As part of those discussions, sort of a new menu could develop?
Yeah, one of the reasons we asked for 10 years is so that we could actually have a comprehensive collaborative process that allows real time for feedback and discussion and learning and growing forward with something that everybody buys into and owns. We want to own the outcomes as well as the process to get there.
Right, right. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you so much. Okay, councillors, we can move to speakers now. Or are there speakers to the item? Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to start by saying thank you to staff for this important work. I know it's a lot of heavy lifting. I'm sure there's also our own traumas as we put these reports together and talking about these things in real time. Even for me reading through it, I actually, like I mentioned, had to take breaks because it was very personal and emotional for me. So again, I just wanted to put it out there that, this is really difficult work. And I also want to say thank you to the previous council who actually, back in 2017, who actually took the bold step of actually approving this. Even though it was 5 years ago, but even back then, anti-Black racism conversation was not top of mind for many people. And so again, thank you for doing that, and the work continues. It was also very telling that during your presentation, looking at the slide around the pandemic and how it has impacted Black people even still today, right? And the canyon that still exists in trying to, make things whole. And this is why I talked about, just the strategies as to, the metrics as to how our success, how do you measure success? It's hard to tell sometimes, and I'm not quite sure we actually know how to measure success at this point. And I guess the success is being on the ground and doing the work. That in itself is a measure of success. But again, as I mentioned in my comments earlier, in that there was a theme from the deputants earlier as well around home affordability, food insecurity, business, and it was not mentioned here too was healthcare, which is really important, and we know the inequities there as well. And I really believe that one of the ways to actually figure out the metrics for success is actually ownership, and quite frankly, land ownership. We know that, when the colonizers came to Canada, way back when, they acquired land, right? Land is king. And so there are lessons learned there too, and I think one of the strategies that we need to look at in going forward is actually acquiring land over time. And we know too that, one of the things that we talk about in this council chamber quite often is housing. And we need to actually, with intention, strategies going forward in making sure that, there's adequate housing for Black people. And I know the federal government, is looking at providing funding for co-op housing, for example, right? That's a form of home ownership. And we have to use every means necessary to make sure that we do that, right? And when I talk about looking to the feds and the federal and the provincial governments for support, that's what I'm alluding to, right? There's funds there for co-op housing. Let's look into that to help us achieve our goals around the anti-Black racism strategies that we put in place here in the City of Toronto. And again, we lead by example. We always have as a city, and it will continue to do that. And we'll bring others along as we do that, and we are doing that, and we'll continue to do that. So again, really, I also want to say thank you to the team, and keep up the good work. And I support the recommendations that are before us here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other councillors to speak? I just wanted to make a couple of remarks myself. Thank you to my colleague, Councillor Moyes, for congratulating the council that said, let's embark on this. But I have to say, I put up my hand and voted for it with a huge amount of cynicism. I thought, oh, here we go. Here's a strategy. There'll be no money. It'll be teeny tiny. I was very skeptical. And even if we had put the resources behind it, I didn't envision that it would go out organically. And all the people we heard speak today are all people who are part of it, that the threads are out all over the place. And I didn't envision that it would have that reach out, that would have such an impact. I thought, okay, well, we'll be able to say we put our hands up for this thing and we'll add it to a pile of strategies. And that it not only did so much more than I believed it would, that it did it in the worst of all possible circumstances. This work was largely going on during the pandemic, but it still managed to get out there and strengthen, which is why I am so encouraged about proceeding beyond this and taking the bold step of saying, this is it's real. Let's admit that it's ongoing work. So why not a 10-year plan? It should be a 10-year plan, because we know that we could have a discussion like we're having annually, as Councillor Ainsley asked. We can have the progress report, and every time we're going to feel the need. The more we know, the more we know we need in terms of this issue. I'm finding that in my life. I look forward to where we break down the silos, so much so that we begin to help even the school systems do a better job of what they're doing. You know, I had the experience in my own personal life of watching parents and dealing with the school. To me, we went through the pandemic where many times what got us through the pandemic were women in the Black community doing the work that they did right through the worst of days in healthcare and in long-term care. And yet, when they phoned schools to reach out to talk about challenges they were having with doing school from home while they were still having to work full-time, some of us sat at home, they were going out the door every day. And yet when they phoned into the school, they still faced that barrier and that bias that school administrations reacted with surprise to hear that they were going out to work and didn't have time to sit with their kids all day. Oh, you have a job. That was happening all over the system. And you think, wait a minute, everyone in that building has a university degree. How can they still be reacting to families that way? So we've had this thing go a long way. It has so much further to go that the bold recommendation that we want to redo the plan now, but we need a 10-year time frame, is I can do nothing but applaud it. There's so much work to do, and you've so recognized it and been so supported by all of the deputants today that are part of the work that Council has to unanimously and vigorously support proceeding with that plan. And on that note, unless there are any other speakers, I'm going to move this staff recommendation. Seeing none, it's only a shame that Councillor Thompson was hoping to be back from his appointment in time to speak to the item, so we know that he will at Council. Okay, so all in favor of the recommendation on item number 1? All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, did we, Madam Clerk, we adopted item number 2? Yes, we amended and adopted, yes. Okay, then we are on to our next list of deputants. Our next item, councillors, is EC 4.3, the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement implementation in Toronto, the update report. I don't think we have a staff presentation, so we can go straight to deputations, and then we'll be into questions of staff. And some of these are in person. Gina Gignac is online from CUPE 2484. Gina, are you with us yet?
I'm here.
Oh, excellent, excellent.
Can you see me?
Not yet. Do you have your video camera on yet? There you are. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Gina Janak, and I'm the acting CUPE 2484 local coordinator. CUPE 2484 is a union in Toronto that represents a number of childcare centers across the city, all not-for-profit, as well as a number of advocacy groups that work with childcare centers. So we're somewhere around 29 bargaining units and spread across the whole city. So, you know, we're out there, and the folks that work in these places have, you know, work in areas with various demographics. Those of you that have been on the ground for a while will know that CUPE 2484 has had a long history of advocating with a lot of our ally partners, Ontario Coalition for Better Childcare, Association of Early Childhood Educators, in trying to bring the childcare to the forefront of communities and let folks know the importance of the important work that childcare workers do. So while we agree with some of the overall direction of some of the other recommendations, we really want to focus on the recommendation that deals with the workforce strategy. So I believe in the original report that was under paragraph 4, in the supplemental report it was under paragraph 3, and so we're really happy to see that the recommendation came back saying that there needs to be guidelines for a sustained increase in wages. And that's inclusive of the folks that work there. But what we would say is that we really think that the report needs to be stronger and be more detailed and go further. I just want to say a little bit about the fact how those that are working in the early childhood sector and childcare sector, during the pandemic, they were recognized. I think it came to the community's consciousness how important the work that folks do that work in these centers, how it's really such an essential service. And, we are hopeful that momentum would keep going. But unfortunately, I think in the last little while, we've seen that momentum of the recognition of the important work that these folks do is not so much on the forefront. And in particular, we want to talk a little bit how CWIP and the recommendations around the workforce strategy have, kind of disappointed a lot of people because of the fact that we know that there were really 3 pillars to the strategy. It was affordability, and there was the importance of expanding the number of spaces. We've seen the provincial government focus on those 2 things. Well, we understand that there's some discussion about the workforce strategy. We just don't think it's enough. And we think it's not enough given the fact that we're seeing a crisis in the fact that childcare centers are not able to get enough staff to work there. After COVID, we've seen folks leaving the sector, and I work with daycare centers every day. It's not unusual to hear employers talking about the fact that they can't adhere to the collective agreement because with scheduling, for example, because they just can't get anybody to come and do the backfilling work. Or we have examples with some childcare centers where they've had to actually close programs because they don't have enough staff to run the program. So, they might have the physical space, they might have, the materials, but they don't have the staff, and they have the license, but no staff. So the programs that they would otherwise have are not open. So these are our recommendations, and we forwarded this in writing as well. So when it comes to wages, what we would say is that, that we think that the recommendation to the federal and provincial government need to be more direct and be clear that, that of course that the looking at wages needs to be looked at, but we think that the floor should be at the City of Toronto budget guidelines, page 18, the top of those scales. If we really want folks to be able to come and be open to being recruited and, keeping up all of the important professional development, the people that are taking care of our children, which in my opinion is the very most important job that anyone could have, the wages need to go up to that level. In addition, though, we would say that even if the provincial government and the federal government don't come through with those funds to make that kind of floor, we would say, look, the City of Toronto has had, a commitment to childcare and has been the leaders in some cases in the past. Well, let's suggest that the City of Toronto do it on their own, because we know it's in the budget guidelines already. So there's a recognition that childcare workers are worth this much. So an example would be that
I'll need you to wrap up because you're at time, Gina, but there'll be questions.
I am at time?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Start to wrap up.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so thank you. So I guess we would say that wages are not the only important thing, working conditions as well. I've submitted we have, QP244 has submitted a written document. We would ask that you review it, and I would welcome any questions. Boy, I thought I was going fast. Thanks.
You were, but it's a big topic. I'm having trouble. I don't see the document attached to the agenda. Do we have it? Is it there under?
I sent it earlier today, though.
Oh, okay. Yes, it was added. I just needed to refresh. I still don't see it. I'm on the right item. I'll find it. I will find it though, because I do want to make it part of it. Thanks, Gina. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none? Okay, thanks so much. Okay.
Thank you so much for your time.
You bet. Donna Spritzer, Toronto Community for Better Childcare. Oh, there she is. Yes.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Donna Spritzer. For 18 years, I was the supervisor of a large nonprofit school-based childcare center in the city's East End. I currently am the executive director of the Toronto Community for Better Childcare. For over 3 decades, the TCBCC has been advocating for high-quality, nonprofit, and publicly operated childcare in Ontario. I'd like to start by saying that I generally support the recommendations outlined in the report and thank Children's Services for bringing these critical issues to the Council's attention. I fully support the recommendations suggested by Janet Davis, who will be speaking later. The City of Toronto is in a unique and influential position to effect important change to the provincial QUELC rollout. Childcare operators are counting on the City of Toronto to stand up for childcare workers and call on the province to adjust the funding formula so it reflects the realistic needs of Toronto's workforce. The QUELC agreement is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to grow the system and reduce childcare costs for parents. This initiative is changing childcare as we know it and will pave the way for all levels of government to strategically plan for a comprehensive childcare system. It's so critical to lay the right foundation now. If we expect to grow the system, then there must be financial supports in place to ensure sustained growth. I'm here to speak to 2 points in the report. Number one, childcare is in crisis due to a severe workforce shortage. The report notes that due to this staffing shortage, childcare centers are unable to operate at their current licensed capacities. What this means is that we currently have thousands of existing childcare spaces that are not available to families. If educators are not available to work, then rooms are closed or group sizes are reduced, resulting in more families on waiting lists. We must start by solving the staff shortage and ensuring that every single licensed childcare space in the city is occupied. Growth cannot occur if existing centers can't even operate at their licensed capacities. I don't have the magic wand, but what I do know is that when wages are low, like they are across the city, educators will find other jobs that are less stressful and pay more. The city could and should address this by resolving to implement an early learning educator wage scale that is consistent with City of Toronto early learning and childcare staff. We know that there is not a labor shortage among the DECEs working for the school boards. This should be a clue that wages, benefits, and pensions are key to solving the ECE labor shortage. The provincial QUELC wage floor is too low and inconsistent with the needs of Toronto. In fact, QUELC's $19 an hour for ECEs is 47% of what an ECE working for the City of Toronto gets paid. The QUELC wage for supervisors is dismally low at $21 an hour and is 65% lower than for a supervisor working in a city center. Toronto cannot grow childcare system if ECEs and supervisors are paid at the provincial rate. This is just not right. I implore the city to push back and get the province to acknowledge and pay childcare workers a decent wage. Number 2, I fully agree with the report's request for the province to include all 25 City of Toronto wards as priorities for expansion under QUELC. While there are likely wards that qualify as childcare deserts, it is also important that the city eliminate barriers to expansion. I know of 2 existing childcare centers that have already modified their spaces and want to expand their preschool programs, but since they are not in high priority wards, their expansion applications were turned down, even though families are on their waiting lists and there is an express community need. The province and city must build in some flexibility so that nonprofit and publicly funded centers that already exist are allowed to expand if they can. This is the low-hanging fruit. To not allow existing centers to expand is foolish at best and not in line with the mandate of childcare for all. In conclusion, Toronto has the loudest voice in Ontario, and it's time Toronto uses its outside voice to address the shortfalls of the provincial QUELC rollout. The Toronto childcare community is counting on the city to resolve these impediments to growth. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have your deputation in writing as well? Oh, email later would be good. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Are there any questions? Yes, there is a question. Councillor Moise has a question of you.
Just for clarification, I may have misheard, but you could help me here. So I think I heard you say that, the City of Toronto should put policy in place to mandate wages for childcare workers. But again, that's a provincial regulation. I mean, if we put a policy in place to do that, private childcare or not-for-profit childcare may not actually honor that because it's not our jurisdiction to do so.
What I'm saying is that the province has put in their QUELC funding formula that ECEs are currently in 2023 earning $19 an hour. That's the wage floor. While the City of Toronto ECEs are already earning $32 to almost $36. So I don't know of any center in the City of Toronto that pays their ECEs $19 an hour. We would have no staff if we did that. So already the earners in Toronto are earning more. We are already not complying with the wage floor, but don't forget the QUELC, it's a wage floor, not a wage, not the highest that they'll pay. QUELC will honor childcare centers' current wage structure. My whole point is that the wage floor that the province has proposed is an average across Ontario. It might work for Kapuskasing, it might work for Sault Ste. Marie, but those wage floors are ridiculously low and nowhere near a working wage for Toronto. And one thing, the city needs to push back. The city has a voice. There is no reason why they haven't or can't come up with a wage scale that's going to work for operators in Toronto. The province will pay it. The $19 and $21 an hour, respectively, is the wage floor, not the wage ceiling.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay. Are there any other questions of this deputy? Okay. And
Hello, I'd like to ask one.
Oh, okay. Councillor Robinson?
Yeah, to the deputant, you talked about flexibility. I just wondered if you could expand on that in your remarks. You talked about the being more flexible to allow expansion of existing not-for-profit.
Well, right now, the Children's Services report actually does ask the province, I think it was number 4, it might be back to number 3, I forget what the order is, but the Children's Services is already asking the province to prioritize all 25 wards in the city as so that childcare can expand throughout the city. To just limit it to the childcare deserts or to places that have lower levels of childcare centers isn't going to meet our needs as the city grows along transit lines, transit corridors, and things like that. We also know that people commute to work and sometimes drop their child off nearer to work. Not necessarily where they live. So the entire city needs more childcare. We want childcare for all. We want affordable, high-quality childcare for all, and that means in all of our wards. Right now, the province is saying growth should happen only in specific places where there are the fewest childcare centers. One of the things you could do is say 50% of the growth could occur in existing centers. Like I said, it's the low-hanging fruit. That if there's an existing center that wants to expand and open another preschool room, that is so much less costly than building a brand new center in a brand new school. So do both.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Robinson. Okay. Thank you. We have another deputant after Donna. Susan Colley from Building Blocks. Is she online? Okay. Susan, there you are. Good morning. We can't hear you though. I think your microphone is not on yet.
You can hear me, right?
There, now we can. Thank you.
Right.
So
Right. Good morning, members of the Economic and Community Development Committee and the Children's Services staff, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee on the status of the Early Learning and Childcare Agreement, which we call WELC. And my name is Sue Colley, and I am the chair of Building Blocks for Childcare, known as B2C2. We are a charitable organization that helps community groups and not-for-profit organizations plan, build, and develop new early learning and childcare programs and facilities. And our objective is to increase the availability of not-for-profit and public childcare for families and communities across Ontario. We were established when when CWOC was announced because we realized that this is not going to happen magically. That when you're talking about a huge expansion, that we're talking about the not-for-profit centers are going to need a lot of support. So this was a great initiative and has huge potential, and it's it's been long needed, and as well, it will in fact repay itself like it has in Quebec by increasing the participation of women in the workforce. Today, I want to first of all say that we're really fortunate in this province to have a system of municipal service managers. The municipal service managers have been brilliant at creating, developing, supporting, and producing high-quality childcare, usually non-profit. That's why we have the best record of non-profit childcare in the country. I want to commend the City of Toronto for its dedication to creating the wonderful childcare that we have so far. And I think the report is very comprehensive and gives a really good overview and history of how CWELC has influenced the progression of childcare in Toronto. What the report lacks, in my view, is a sense of the crisis that actually exists in the sector. And I think you've already heard that from the previous two deputants. So I don't think it'll come as any surprise. And I know we face a lot of other crises in the city, but we also have to recognize that childcare is also in crisis. I'm going to talk about three very, very briefly. Staff shortages is the primary one that the former deputants have already raised. And it's great that the city has recommended that the province set up a set of workforce guidelines that includes a wage grid. But as previous deputants have said, it needs to be stronger. Childcare staff are feeling inappropriately compensated and valued, and we need more compensation for them. The way that we achieve this, I think, is by suggesting to the province, and I'm suggesting that the city make a strong recommendation to the province that they introduce a wage grid that is based on comparing wages and benefits to those in their local municipalities or their community colleges if they don't have municipal childcare. We in B2C2 conducted a randomly controlled survey of all nonprofit operators in the province last fall and found that there were the two major barriers, the first one being the workforce crisis. And the other two, the previous speakers have been very eloquent about why that is the case. The second crisis is that of the lack of capital for expansion. It's well known that new construction is running at $400 to $500 a square foot. The province has provided startup money in the amount of $90 a square foot, which will be insufficient to build new centres or even to do retrofits. That amount of money is only enough for equipping a centre. It does not even pay for the cost of a new playground. The provincial government calls it offset funding because it does not believe that it will be necessary to provide full capital funding. And this may well be true if you're relying on the private for-profit sector to build centres. But CWELC has promised that the majority of expansion will be in the not-for-profit sector. So we definitely need a provincial capital plan, and I would urge the city to recommend to the provincial government they come through with a provincial capital plan. And in fact, we need to do a lot of brainstorming about this because there are no easy ways for not-for-profit centres to get capital, as I'm sure you all realise. Please pass a resolution to urge the provincial government to introduce a comprehensive capital programme. The other issue that is really a crisis is the funding formula. Because the funding formula has not been resolved, nobody knows what the costs, what the revenues, what is going to be allowed in any area of childcare. And so it's vital that this be sorted out quickly. Otherwise, everybody is completely stymied and don't know where they're going. Finally, I would just like to alert Council to the chaos that will be created by the $10 a day a fee reduction. It means that there will be huge waiting lists, and unless we deal with these crises, we're going to see parents just, absolutely screaming in 2 years' time. So thank you very much, and I really urge you to take strong action with the province. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this deputant? Seeing none, thank you, Susan, so much. So, councillors, just a check-in. We have 15 minutes. I have 3 deputants left. I apologize, though. We have a media avail with Shelter Support Housing and Admin over the lunch hour, so I won't be able to move a motion to extend into the lunch hour. And it looks like we're going to need to make sense of some of the suggestions we've had from deputants when we debate this item anyway. So I think that the lunch hour might be helpful in that regard. But what I do want to do is try and finish the deputants. And there are 3 of them left, so we should be able to do it. Sultana Jahangir? Oh, you're here. Excellent. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Excellent. And there's the button in front of you. When it lights up, that means your microphone will be on. Okay. Okay, and I'll start your clock. Good morning.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to address the committee about the CWELCC implementation in Toronto. My name is Sultana Jahangir. I'm the Executive Director of South Asian Women's Rights Organization. I'm here with my co-presenters and colleague Kishore Lala, who is the community development worker and a mother of 2 children under the age of 12. We are a women-led community-based organization founded by immigrant women living in the Oak Ridge and Taylor-Massey neighborhood. We have been a long advocate for universal full-funded childcare for precariously employed low-income and immigrant women. We strongly believe that all children have the right to a quality start for healthy development, regardless of their mother's employment, income status, immigration status, where they live, or any other factor. However, for decades, our communities have been excluded or left behind in any childcare strategy. I'll pass it to Kishore to give a brief overview about the experience of our community's member.
Thank you, Sultana. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kishore, as Sultana mentioned. In a recent community survey with 150 precariously employed immigrant women, only 63% had access to childcare. And the most significant barriers to childcare were affordability, lack of spaces, lack of subsidies, available childcare spaces. So lack of access to childcare is reported as a significant factor in many women's ability to access employment opportunities. The situation has worsened since the pandemic, as many parents like myself continue to struggle with affordability, access to subsidies, and access to spaces. We support the commitment in advocating to expand and revise Ontario's free subsidy program to ensure affordability for families who may not be able to afford $10 a day and who fall through the eligibility criteria. We urge the committee to take the extra step to work with childcare advocates to propose specific recommendations to take into account the needs of low-income parents. We also strongly support the city's commitment to advocating for immediate wage increases for ECEs to match the wage floor set out by the CWELCC program. I'm passing to Sultana. Thank you.
However, we have 2 concerns regarding the update presented by the committee. One is that we disagree with the committee's finding about staffing shortage in the sector. Our experience indicates that there is a high interest in childcare job among immigrant women, but there are also significant barriers to access this employment opportunity. Currently, we have a job fair in my office where 46 women attended a childcare job fair. They are very interested, but unfortunately, this is not recognized that way. Childcare workers from our community who are forced to work in precarious arrangements in the childcare sector reported lack of recognition of foreign trained educators, credential, and Uberization of childcare job due to the high hiring through staffing agency, which misclassify worker as a contractor. In addition to advocating for the immediate increase of salary to match the wage floor, SAWIS is urging the city to take the opportunity to improve the work condition to ensure dignified works for all childcare workers, including support staffs. Some recommendation includes supporting recognition of foreign trained educator, adopting policy to commit to direct hire in public operated centers, and staffing through for-profit staffing agency and operate a public agency that can genuinely address the needs for immediate and short-term staffing of centers. Secondly, while we support the committee's commitment to advocating for increasing CWELCC spaces to meet existing city target, current plans are not robust enough to address limited childcare space. The city's plan to add 30,000 new space only meet 50% of the childcare population. This target is not enough to meet the demand of family parents and staffing suffering from long waiting times, traveling far to access the first available space, burden due to the delayed starts and delayed access to quality early learning. Additionally, current capital fund and investment strategy leave our neighborhood that had no investment for childcare despite the significant need. These issues will have a trickle-down exclusionary effect. In addition to the advocating for increasing allocation for CWELCC space, SAWIS recommended to the city to increase the target of 90 to 100% of the child population at correspondent childcare spaces. Revise the strategy for capital fund and investment for childcare spaces to prioritize the creation of childcare space proportional to the needs of neighborhood. Recommends advocating for the 52 wards model in the City of Toronto to adequate meet the neighborhood-based need for childcare. All level of government should adopt the no child left behind approach. We thank the committee for the opportunity to participate and have submitted a written deputation with further details of our concerns. We urge the committee to review its findings and plan regarding dignified work in the childcare sector and ensuring proportional childcare space for neighborhoods that have long been underserved. We also look forward to working with the committee to ensure equitable access to affordable and quality childcare center. And we also request that this city the department should us to continue, give us an opportunity to work with the community so we can together work for the inclusive childcare. Sorry, I passed the time.
Yes, that's okay. I know you tried really hard.
Yeah, I did not take a breath also.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Are there any questions, Councillor Moise?
Just a quick one. So you mentioned that there's no shortage of people in your community who are looking to provide childcare or ECE services. But the barrier, as you mentioned, is education.
Recognition of foreign currency.
Well, they are educated in their home country, but when they come here, those qualifications don't seem to match. So what is the barrier in place that prevents them from getting the qualifications needed?
The lack of recognition of their education and experience that they bring from their country. Educators in Bangladesh, educators in other country and Canada, there is little bit change, but there should be recognition. And another recognition, lack of recognition that when they do childcare in home or others, it did not recognized by the center. Center wants that some sort of experience they must need before they apply for the childcare job. So these are the clause that holding a lot of women. We did the survey in our community. Out of our communities, 55% women, those who are coming in as an immigrant, has the educational teaching background from their own country. So they should get recognition because we need a lot of childcare worker right now.
So is it the province that's preventing them from working in the childcare center, or is it the childcare center itself?
I think so. We need to create some kind of policy, program, and practices to recognize this thing. It's both of the city and province, both need to sit down together to create a commitment together to recognize the foreign credential and opening gate for these women, those who do not have hands-on work experience, and also the Canadian education for the childcare.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. That was a great perspective. Okay, so councillors, knowing what this is like, your former colleague has offered that she'll make her deputation after lunch. So we will be able to adjourn, but it'll give us a sort of a reset, an opportunity to reset when we do come back, having one deputant speaking after. So if Mr. Weatherup is, I'm assuming online, because I don't see him here, if he is ready to speak, then we can do that one before we break for lunch.
Shelley, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you, and I'd sure like to see you.
Okay, hold on. There we go. Oh, there I'm gone again. There we are.
There he goes. Oh, thanks for cleaning
Shelley,
up your room and all.
Pardon?
So thanks for cleaning up your room and all. That's.
Yes, it's all tidied up for the wonderful employer that I work for, Shelley.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm John Weatherup, and I'm the president of the Toronto Education Workers. I won't go through all the boards that we represent, but we're probably one of the largest unions with DECEs, ECEs. We represent about 4 or 5 childcares. We represent the ECs and early on programs. And at the school board, we represent about 1,500 ECs. I'll say very little on the wages other than they're very low. The provincial average that the government funds the school board is probably at around $27 an hour. We're probably around $35 an hour, closer to what the city funds. But I guess on wages and benefits, the one thing I think in the childcare is outside of the city and outside of ours is the pension plans that are not defined benefit plans. So these women end up being marginalized at lower rates of pay with not very good pension plans or defined benefit plans. So it was a highlighted area and the city's covered it. So in general, we're supportive of the city's recommendations, but I think pension should be highlighted for women as they go into retirement to retire with dignity. The second thing I just want to quickly speak about is the role between the TDSB, the Toronto District School Board, and the city in integrating these programs better. I mean, Pascal's report, Pascal's passed away recently, but the early childhood education that was set out by Pascal and others to deal with this childcare issue, education issue, seems to have been lost in the process and should be brought back. A lot of the jobs that are being created in childcare are before and after school and part-time work. And we think with the integrated model that you could deliver more full-time jobs for people to live in this city. In your report, you already talk about that they should be fairly compensated on wages and that you should go back to the city on the wages. But just having said that, going back to the integration, also the city, the board has, and Janet may speak on this a little bit, is the capital funding at the school board, and things aren't moving along, and everybody knows with what you'll see in like the city in financial straits. It's also the board is in financial straits based on the funding formula. So a lot of the capital funding. I know that I think it's the woman who spoke 2 times before me. I got her name. I think it's Susan, but she spoke about capital funding for nonprofits. We work with a group out of Rotmans at the University of Toronto that deal with wicked problems, we call them, on social housing. And so that's another issue. I think the city, we used in some of our affordable housing, the city did some charts probably 2 or 3 years ago that referred to that ECEs, DECs, nurses, other job classes can no longer afford to work in the city, in particular at the wages that they're currently at. So I just want to end in saying that, the Toronto board has 22 EDP programs. They have not moved to license them. They should. Ottawa School Board is fully licensed. Waterloo Board is licensed, and the Toronto School Board has not moved in that direction. And we believe that with the help of the city, they could move in that direction and it'd be helpful in delivering this. There's space inside of schools. I think it's Bill 98 you're seeing now with the province trying to move in and take some of these schools, which in fact, prior to Mike Harris, were completely paid by taxpayers in the city of Toronto, and they should not be sent out through the province in any way, shape, or form. So I'll just close right now, because I don't want to keep you any longer from your media break, is the issue around wages, in particular benefits, the issue of capital funding for the nonprofit sector, the issue of integration at the school board, and there's lots of good work that's been done on that. And the other thing, when people refer to crisis, we always talk about the crisis in childcare, the taking care of it. I think the crisis that families are in right now, and we don't in these reports, and maybe they're in other reports, really talk about early childhood development and the benefits for that, of taking people out of poverty. We have the best hospitals in the world, Sick Kids and Blue Review, for dealing with some of these modern ways we deal with mental health, we deal with brain health. So we are lucky in the city of Toronto to have some of the best hospitals in the world. So that integration, the healthcare system with the school board system with the city, should be able to, we could deliver the best program for early childhood development in North America and probably the world. So thank you very much and have a nice rest of your day.
Okay, thanks, John. There might be a couple of questions. I have one. Are there any other questions for the deputy? I just wanted to ask a quick one. I'm going to be asking staff about this in the afternoon because we do have a motion about strengthening the statement around the lack of a capital program. But you have a lot of interface with the school board staff. So I wonder if you could comment on what it talks in the report about the fact that the provincial program is giving them $90 a square foot to retrofit spaces, and they had hoped to have almost 5,000 spaces materialize. The TDSB is leaving a lot of those spaces unused. I think it's almost half of them. And is that because at the end of the day, even if you already have the real estate and the classroom space, the retrofit costs more than $90 a square foot in a school building? And so the formula is still broken a little bit.
Broken a lot, and they've, I think, frozen in January any kind of movement on that.
Right. They actually passed a motion. My local trustee told me they were passing a motion saying, we're leaving these on the table. These spaces will not materialize. Because at $90 a square foot, you can't build a bathroom and the kitchen servery and the things that you need to put in there to meet the guidelines. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. So we're going to tackle that this afternoon. Thank you so much. Okay,
thank you.
Okay. Here we go. So, councillors, I'm going to adjourn for the lunch hour, and sorry to have to do this when we're in the middle of what is the last item, but I think it's going to be a longer discussion. So we're going to adjourn to 1:30 or recess to 1:30, and we will see you back here. Thank you. Thanks for waiting until after. Okay.
We do have forums.
Guys, we have quorum, so I'm going to call us back to order. And hang on a sec. Yes, okay, I got everything. This entire pile of papers is all for one item. I just had to check that. So, councilors, I'm calling us back to order. We have one more deputation here, and then we'll go straight to questions of staff. It's a familiar face. Former Councillor Davis, are you ready to go? Okay, go ahead, I'll start your clock.
I have to push the button first. First of all, thank you. It is a pleasure, actually, to be back here and to see the Economic and Community Development Committee live. I want to first start by obviously saying hello to the new members and the old or former. Hi, Paul. Anyway, I did want to say, first of all, I want to commend the Children's Services staff who once again have written a report that's comprehensive, accurate, reflects the both the benefits and the challenges of the new Canada-wide early learning and childcare program. They have been working in a context that is evolving almost by the minute, and the supplementary report that went out over the weekend also caught some of us by surprise. But that report recognizes some really good news, which is that the provincial target for expansion spaces for Toronto community-based childcare is going up from 960 spaces to 13,600, which is an exceptional level of growth. It doesn't meet the same level of growth that we have contained in our City of Toronto growth strategy, but it takes us well along the way. And I was very glad that the first motion recognizes that the Toronto growth strategy is still a foundational document for what we're doing here. That document was foundational because it recognized that we had to invest in several areas. We had to invest in operating funding to reduce fees and raise salaries. We had to invest in subsidies for the families that could not afford even the new $10 a day if we get to it in 2026. And it had to recognize that this growth needed capital funding. And our plan set out what each government level was contributing to. So I think that we set a framework for it early on, and we're beginning to see the results of that. I would like to emphasize some of the things, and I'm already halfway, that some of the people have spoken about this morning. Expansion. The expansion that is required now to meet that target is big. And we will not see that expansion unless there is capital money for the nonprofit sector. And we will not see the expansion in the school board unless the actual capital funding reflects the actual cost of the capital program at the school board. They have 2,600 spaces approved, projects that are approved to proceed. Since 2017, none of them have been built. They've put them out to tender. They've actually used proceeds of disposition, and you'll know what that means, but still no projects have gone ahead because the tender prices have come in far above what the Ministry of Education is prepared to pay. So we must address not just capital for the nonprofit, but the public sector as well, so that we can actually fund the costs of building those spaces through renovations, new builds, but there needs to be capital money, particularly for the nonprofit sector, and you heard Sue Colley talking about this. The private sector, even though we have an absolute policy of nonprofit only for expansion, the agreement allows for some expansion in the for-profit sector. They can access mortgages and capital money. The nonprofit sector cannot, and we must be really clear that that's what we want to do, capital money for the nonprofit and public sector. The other thing is I want to emphasize, of course, wages and parity with the city workers has got to be our goal. We have to call on the provincial government to change their guidelines and to make sure the money is there to pay decent wages. It's shameful that we have not been able to achieve more than a benchmark floor of $19 an hour. We have to be really clear that's not acceptable, and we want parity with our workers that work at the City of Toronto. I do want to emphasize one other thing that I'm not sure got a lot of attention this morning, and that is subsidies. We had in our plan that we would require 27,000 new subsidies and 30,000 new spaces to meet the demand for 50% of the child population. The subsidies reflected a benchmark we created, which was to say we expect that 40% of all of the new spaces would have fee subsidies available. We know that many families cannot afford them. So even looking at that 40% marker, I did some quick math today, and it said we would need 7,200 new subsidies just to meet the new spaces that reach their target. So if we don't get that money, we're not going to see the kind of mix of reaching those accessibility targets that we want.
Okay.
And I guess that's what I would...
I'm going to have to note that you're at time.
And I will end with, if I could, the province will be relieved of their spending on subsidies because the new QUELC money is going to pick up a lot of the costs. And instead of saying, okay, we will reallocate that money and expand subsidies, they are going to claw it back.
Yeah.
Which makes no sense at all. So we should be asking them to reallocate the savings that they're accruing as a result of the displacement of that funding from the federal government and expand more subsidies. I think the City of Toronto has to really say that clearly. So these are the motions that I have put forward that amend the existing recommendations. I do think we have to put in not-for-profit and publicly operated in the first one. In the second one, it's what I just spoke about.
Just to keep with the rules, because I'm going to get pressure from existing councillors. Rather than to continue to present, allow me to just wrap up your deputation and then ask the question.
Yes.
Because that allows me to start the clock again. You should want that. Ms. Davis.
Yes, Ms.
Do you have any
Carroll.
suggestions for recommendations? There, now you can have a new clock.
Thank you. I forgot about that trick. That's very good. So in terms of recommendations, I do think in recommendation 2, and I'm not sure you can read it, it agrees with the recommendation. I want to say I agree with the recommendations that are here, but they need a little bit more to advance the city's position. And I think in number 2, adding on and request that any provincial subsidy funding that has been offset by QUELC fee reduction be reallocated to expand the number of fee subsidies available to Toronto families. Right now, they're cutting subsidies by 25%. So let's call on them. You can't just take the federal money and withdraw yours. We need more subsidies if we're going to expand. On the third one, I mean, I think putting something that really reflects that we want parity. And the City of Toronto guidelines, which people spoke about this morning, in 2 different ways. They talked about the wage scales, and then they talked about the guidelines that are in the purchase of service guidelines. They are the same. Essentially, you could move to city rates if you could raise your parent fees to achieve it. And that is just not possible. That has been the cap. And now, with the fees and wages being covered by provincial money, we should be saying pay decent wages that will allow us to address the staffing crisis that we have in the City of Toronto. It is huge. And I was struck by the agency, when the women came from the South Asian Women's Group, that they are getting pulled into agency-based work, just like we've seen in healthcare. And we really need to address this seriously, and retention is all about pay. And finally, I just wanted to add, highlight 5 and 6, if you can see it. Can you see 5 and 6? Which is that we actually call for a major capital program. The recommendations before us do not make a specific ask for capital money. And I think we would be, it is the biggest problem, was identified right from the beginning as lacking in the QUELC program. The federal government came up with some, and I think they're going to be coming up with some more, but the provincial government has not. And in many other provinces, that has been a role that the provincial government has played. They have put forward capital money. And it has to go to the nonprofit sector, who cannot find resources elsewhere. There is this very big concern that if there is not growth in the nonprofit and public sector, that the for-profit sector, which can access mortgages and private capital and big chains, which are swirling with big investment funds, will be where we see the growth. And we have to stop that. And many of you will know what's happened in long-term care. It's a problem. And finally, I think there should be a process. As you heard this morning, 2 different views about where the funding should go in the new allocation model. I do support what is before us in terms of the inclusion, the access and inclusion model, and the maps that demonstrate the priorities of the City of Toronto. It is a good combination of looking at both child population, other demographics, and other community profiles that can do both, that can see growth both in all wards, but a greater priority in underserved wards. But it will be contentious, because you can see by the map that there will be wards that are not going to see a lot of growth. And I think it should be incumbent on us to use some kind of a community process so that people understand what's behind these decisions. Because I know every one of the councillors is looking at this map right now, and they are saying, how come there's not a blue dot in my ward? Why isn't there anything in Scarborough Southwest or Scarborough Agincourt or wherever, when you see all those red blocks that are underserved? And yet a downtown ward that's got a whole lot of triangles and spots in their ward that says they're getting a lot of new spaces. So I know why that is. That's because there's a ton of development, and but it's not easy to explain what the underpinning determinants are of how this allocation model is going to roll out. So I think there needs to be a community process. So those are my motions, and clearly I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that was my question. Are there any other questions, or the other committee members are still with us? Most of the rest of my questions are for staff. Councillor Ainsley has a question.
Councillor Ainsley?
Is that for Janet?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Janet. Nice to hear from you again.
I still owe you a gavel.
Could you provide a bit of clarity, or the sound was skipping when you were talking about financial clawbacks by the federal government? Could you explain that or reiterate that?
So the provincial government funds subsidies currently, and it subsidizes families on a sliding scale, so that families that are in the higher income brackets are going to find themselves beyond the eligibility for childcare subsidies, because their subsidies are getting picked up by the fee reductions themselves that are being funded by the federal government. So the QUELC funding is lowering the fees 25%, 50%, and then by 2026 to $10. So that is taking subsidy, relieving, it's replacing provincial money that has been used to subsidize families. So instead of taking that money and reinvesting it in subsidies for low-income families, they're just going to claw it back, the provincial government, because the federal government is paying a greater and greater portion of the fees of parents. Is that clear?
Yep, it's clear. Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Nice to see you again, Janet.
Nice to
Thank
see
you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thanks, Janet. Okay. So I'm going to take it into questions of staff now. That is questions of staff, right? Okay, Councillor Moyse. Can I see other hands? I'm just making a list. Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Robinson, will you have questions of staff on this? Okay, seeing none, go ahead, Councillor Moyse.
So I was going to ask Janet Davis' question, but I figured it was not a fair question to ask her. So I'm going to ask staff. So recommendation 1 says advocate to the province. Recommendation 2 and 3 and 4 says recommend to the province. What if the province doesn't come to the table? What are the contingency alternatives do we have here? Because we know that this government doesn't listen to council. Because we've gone to them and asked for many things, and I'm going to say 99% of the time, we don't even get a response from them. So I support the recommendations, but advocate and recommend, to me, you know, that's an aspiration that I don't really have a lot of hopes for. But go ahead and respond.
Thank you, Councillor Moyse, and through the chair. Yes, we do continuously advocate with the province, both at the staff level and the political level. You know, if that doesn't come to fruition, we can also advocate to the federal government who's funding this program or have conversations about the rollout. You have to keep in mind, too, that this is Canada-wide is a 5-year program, so it's being rolled out incrementally. We don't have the full in front of us, the full vision, including, as you heard today, about how they're going to address compensation for the workforce, how is capital going to be addressed. Unfortunately, it's being rolled out in iterations, which makes it very challenging for the community and us, but we continue both, as I said, at the staff level and at the political level to, you know, request that Toronto gets the resources it needs.
So a follow-up question. You said that if the province does not respond, then you will then advocate to the federal government. So your recommendations here don't actually say that. So does that mean that you'll have to come back to us again to advocate to the federal government? So why? So if we know the possible results of this, so why don't we change this to say the provincial and the federal government?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. The agreement is between the federal government and the provincial government. So we need to, as a matter of course of business, we need to have our conversations with the provincial government. However, if that is not successful, council always has the ability to directly interact with the federal government. But given, you know, the money, the agreement is between us and the province, we need to work with them first.
I do understand that, and I understand that, and I support that. But I'm just saying that since council will eventually give you direction to go to the province, this does not give you leeway at any point in time to go to the federal government. So I'm just putting that out there. But again, I support the recommendations, and I support the ones that was presented here by the deputants. I don't know who's going to put that forth, but we'll see. Thanks.
Okay. I have a number of questions.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Madam Chair, it's Councillor Ainsley. Sorry.
Yes?
I did have a question.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you what, because I had already written down on a sheet of paper, Chris, then me, I'm going to put you after me because I may need a second round. Having checked once before, I think that's fair. So see if I don't sort of set off another line of questioning that you could actually enhance for me. First of all, I'm really focused on the capital. We heard a lot about the compensation, but I'm going to ask my first question. We have Gina from QP 2484 has really outlined her advice on it. We heard from Janet Davis and others, and it's pretty expansive. And I'm wondering if we start to move a motion about that today. Some of this is bargaining unit stuff, some of it is not, some of it is agreement, some of it is already being addressed in Toronto because there's sort of, well, it gives effect, in effect, it's like red circling because they just set a bottom line and we're above. And we need to address that. But I'm wondering if the wisest thing would be to take the written work that we have from all of those folks and between now and council, move sort of a comprehensive compensation type of motion. Do you share the nervousness that I have about just moving something right now?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, because you have to think about the City of Toronto being used as a parity, but the City of Toronto is involved with collective bargaining. It has a pension through OMER. So, to be absolutely clear, what are we asking for? Right?
Right.
Those are unionized staff with OMER's pensions, benefits, et cetera. So there probably would need to be some clarity. I mean, I guess a good way, and we could bring this back before council, is the City of Toronto is already the pay equity comparator. So maybe a comparator is a better description. So when pay equity was introduced, the salaries for the City of Toronto are the comparator that the sector is trying to achieve. So we could take that back and work on it, so that's a little bit clearer.
Yeah, there is you need to parse words here, or we run the risk of them saying we're done with you, in the face of how this goes. But I've sort of stockpiled them here. If we could have that conversation between now and council, really looking at the written deputations that we have here to see if we could encapsulate as much of it and do a comprehensive motion, I think we'd do them better service. Okay.
Yeah, agreed.
Then I'll go to my capital questions. First of all, the school board piece. It's very clear that the first thing they learned was that doing it on a square footage basis. Here's your retrofit money. Here's $90 a square foot. It just doesn't cover it. Is that by and large the issue of the things needed? The Day Nursery Act is such that it's not a cheap renovation if you hive off 3 classrooms and build a childcare center.
So just to provide some clarity there, the school board projects are not constrained to the $90 per square foot.
They're not.
No, that is the startup funding that's been proposed for the Canada-wide. So the agreement between the school boards and the ministry is completely different related to funding. There are issues.
They got a global amount?
It's a per project allocation.
A per project allocation.
Oh.
Based on the number of rooms, et cetera. But I will agree that there's been challenges and they've been slow to be delivered. And I think the challenges, although not directly involved, we understand that there's not enough funding in some cases to complete the projects.
So what I understand from my own local trustee is they actually moved a motion so that their parents would know what was going on. We hereby are letting you know that you're not going to see projects this year for these spaces, despite the fact that the operating allocation is there. We simply don't have any more funds to create the spaces.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So one of your recommendations is that we ask, since that money's going spare, if it came over to the community-based side, it might be used.
At this point, I think there's still an understanding and there's agreements to proceed on a number of projects. So I think we need to let the school board and the ministry sort that out. But certainly we haven't had a full briefing from the province, but they have indicated that with this 5-year plan, that annually they will sit down with us. And if we see that there's unused spaces in one area and not another, so for instance, if they're not being fully utilized in the school board, we would like to take those and use them in the community, like that it's not set in stone. And they've said that they would look at that annually, and if we need to realign, they would consider that.
Okay. And at the bottom of page 4 is the startup of the great explanation of the startup funds to do retrofits or renovations, startup grants they're called. But there's no net new brick and mortar foundation here. Basically, this is money where aren't we talking about basically if we have an operator who's ready to retrofit a church basement, that's where this money would go. Is it that sort of thing?
Quite frankly, that might not even be enough in that scenario. But I will comment that the initial iteration of their access and inclusion plan by the province, the funding was called capital startup funding.
Right.
The newer iterations, it's now just called startup. So obviously a recognition that $350,000 for a 50-space childcare is not adequate to do anything besides very minor renovations and to buy toys and equipment and whatnot. So that there was a change, a shift, and that's why we are today talking about the requirement or the ask for capital dollars.
Okay. This came up last night in the economic roundtable. Someone said, you know, if you're repurposing all this empty office real estate, you know, maybe this is a magical moment when we could increase workplace childcare. And someone from the business sector said, isn't the government paying for childcares to be created everywhere? Couldn't we just do this in an office building? That would likely be even more expensive.
That's true, and as you know, childcare is licensed under legislation. So, you know, there's a number of factors that go into it, including access to outdoor space or playgrounds. So, you know, it's not unheard of that office space can be used, but often it's on a ground floor and whatnot. But regardless, to retrofit an office building and turn it into a childcare and ensure you meet all the licensing standards would be a significant cost.
Okay, and one last question. Sorry, I didn't realize I hadn't turned on my clock. I'm sorry, Councillor. But I only have one last question, and this is with respect to the wages, because I think there is some misunderstanding out there in the world. Because we heard the higher numbers quoted today in city operated centers and things like that. But for lots of not-for-profits, they were already paying what is the floor in the provincial guideline. Is that they were already, many of them had employees that were making the $19 an hour, which is a real struggle in Toronto, but that represented an increase in other places in Ontario. Am I right about that?
That's correct. Yeah.
So we really need to make a Toronto case that while that may have attracted people to maybe I can go to work in childcare rather than stay at home in a small municipality or a rural municipality elsewhere in Ontario, it attracts no one in Toronto. Has that case been made already in the intergovernmental discussions, or do we need to paint the picture a little better?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. So there's been a number of opportunities to provide feedback to the provincial government on workforce, the need for a regional approach. So the salaries in Toronto are obviously not going to be the same as in North Bay, and that whatever, you know, direction we go in terms of a salary scale, it needs to take that into consideration. We worked with the community children's services in 2022. We surveyed the community around workforce, collected a whole bunch of information about how long people were working in the field, why they were leaving, you know, what would help them to stay. We heard that compensation was very important, and that is a public report where we made a number of recommendations to the province. And so actually, you know, going back to the motion for council, we'll draw from that.
Okay.
There was actions for the province related to compensation that we asked for, and actions for the City of Toronto around recognizing the profession and that sort of work.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for that indulgence, councillors, because I forgot to set my clock. So, Councillor Ainsley, you had some questions? And it's kind of unfair, but now I'm setting the clock. Go ahead.
Preferential treatment by the chair of herself.
I'll let you go over.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I wanted to ask about the chart in figure 1? Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead. Staff are just turning
Okay.
to that page now. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask about the chart in figure 1. I'm going to use my ward as an example, Scarborough Guildwood at 30%. Could they explain, so that 30%, what does that 30% mean? That spaces for infant, toddler, preschool are 30% of all available spaces?
Through the chair. So the map layers on a variety of information. So first of all, we look at the population of 0 to 4, and we look at the number of childcare spaces in your ward and say how far away is this ward from reaching 50% access. So families in your ward, 50% of them could access childcare. On top of that, we layer on the number of families in your ward who are living under low income. So that's sort of the next layer. And then on top of that, we layered on some, as per the province's access and inclusion framework, what would be considered more vulnerable families, Indigenous families, Black families, newcomers. And we have that data from Raising the Village. So layered that on top of that. So then we put that all together and it says, you know, in your ward, you are a red ward. So you would be a high priority for new childcare spaces.
Okay. And that would be, and then because I see the diamonds and the circles, they're in the 20, sorry, scrolling down. So my ward being a high priority ward, but it wouldn't be in the next budget year, it would be outside of 2023 to 2026?
Correct. So where you see those diamonds and circles, those are capital projects that are already committed. Some of them are planned, some of them are designed, some of them are underway. So what we're saying is when the province gives new investments, as they're doing through the Canada-wide, either operating dollars or if we're able to successfully secure capital dollars, then your ward would be a ward that we would want to invest in.
Okay. So I was with city planners for an application in my ward, and they were suggesting, you know, the first floor would be great for daycare based on the number of buildings that are going up in that area. So just saying, hey, we should put a daycare in this building, that's not something that the city would turn around and fund because it's not our capital budget. That would have to be a private provider, or if I got Section 37 money. Those are really in the next 3 years, the only way I would see daycare space in the building. Is that correct?
That's correct. If it was a community benefits agreement and they were able to fully fund the childcare, that's one opportunity. And you're right, there could be private operators who would be interested in that space. But typically our capital projects come from Section 37, or in some cases, they're funded from our reserve.
Okay. Okay. And then how do you mentioned a 50% benchmark or threshold. How does that 50% get arrived at? Is that in municipal government?
Through the chair. So a number of years ago, we commissioned a demand study that we hired someone to come in and say, if childcare was affordable, what would be the demand in the city of Toronto? So it was an economist. They did a lot of work to present scenarios. So at the end of the day, the feedback, the report back was that if childcare was more affordable, 50% of families would wish to access it, 50% of families 0 to 4. So that's the benchmark that we use, is that 50% of families would want to access childcare.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate all the work because I can tell you from personal experience, even I have monthly town hall meetings in my ward, and almost at every meeting I have a parent, you know, they cannot find childcare in Scarborough Guildwood and they're looking at other places. The most recent one on Monday night, I had a woman say to me that couldn't find childcare anywhere and was looking at going to Pickering for it, which I don't want my residents leaving the city for childcare. So thank you. I appreciate all the work on the report today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Are there any other questions of staff? Okay. Councillors, I'm in your hands in terms of how you want to speak. I do have a motion on capital, so where the chair usually goes last, I'll go first if you want, and then you'll know that that is on the table. If you want, I'll go first with my remarks. Yes. Yes, and we also have to move the recommendations in the supplementary report, which are slightly different than the original. Can I see that? So like, oh, it's on the screen. Oh, there's the supplementary. Yes. So these are in the supplementary that's attached at the bottom of the agenda. If any councillors are watching in their office, which I understand a couple are, make sure you don't miss that, because that's where the latest information from Shanley's meeting at the province is included. That's where we get the latest information on the operating side anyway. So councillors, I'm also moving this, which, you know, we may even find ways to improve upon by council. But I think at the very least, we have to move this to be more pointed about the capital piece. I dread waking up one morning in the near future to find the province making great hay of the fact that all problems are solved because there's 13,000 spaces ready to be used. They're not spaces, they're operating allocations. If we were to build 13,000 childcare spaces, they're willing to pay for them in Quelk. They might as well have made that number 130,000. If there's no capital plan, then what is the point of it all? And what is really sad about the capital plan is they don't even have to pay a lot of consultants to write it. It's right here. My chief of staff will be mortified because my growth strategy document is so dog-eared. It's been sitting around since 2017, waiting to be properly done. But we face two things: the lack of a capital plan being clearly articulated by the province. We've just seen the initial offerings of the startup money. But the other one we face is in terms of what new childcare we have built. Our capital strategy, since before even we built the growth strategy that was adopted in 2017, since before then and largely during, it is built on development agreements, Section 37, and that ship has sailed. I've already lost one. I have one that got started and is under construction. So at Enenana-Washtenaw, we are going to have the most incredible childcare center emerge, and that's the little triangle on the map. But over here is one that's disappearing, and there are a couple of others because you could have applied to build a building and got your approvals 20 years ago. If you let it sit on a shelf and you come back now and move the slightest revision to that development, you're under Bill 23 and Section 37 disappears, and so too does the childcare. And I have new councillors coming to me and saying, how do you get a childcare center in your ward? And my answer at this point has to be, I honestly don't know. You got here at the wrong time. Despite, in my ward, I've managed to get an early childhood center, the Mom and Tot Center, 2 child cares, 1 under construction, and that's why it says 42%. And here's the, oops, sorry, I did it again. Councillor Moyes, you are hereby deputized to yell at me when I forget to set the clock. Yeah. No, embarrass me, it's terrible. Here's the worst part. If you look at this map, if we had Section 37, could finally solve Scarborough's problem. Because what are we doing out there? We're building a subway. That's why it's 42% in my ward, because I realized all this development and out of it realized childcare spaces using those development funds, Section 37. And so Scarborough is about to have the Scarborough subway and eventually the Shepherd subway. It would have more than enough incentive through the crosstown development, the subway development, and the Shepherd Line to just be filled with childcare if only we had the old planning regime that we were under. And so now here we are trying to figure out ways to turn those dots into triangles. And so that capital piece has to materialize in the new regime of QUELC. It simply has to. And I think in a city like ours where people understand that real estate is expensive, they're even willing to look at what can we retrofit inside existing bricks and mortar. But the funding thus far doesn't seem to understand what it costs to do these types of things inside a school or inside a church, at the base of an office building, any of those things. And so that motion is a start, that we sort of reinforce what Ms. McNamee had already put in the recommendations, make sure they understand council has not been snowed by the big number of 13,000. Without capital, we can't put them anywhere. And in working with all the material we got from deputations today, we really do need to clarify for council the subsidies piece for families, not just the wage, but also the subsidies piece. That's going to have to happen between now and council, because I've had people say to me, oh, we don't have to worry about daycare subsidies anymore because we have $10 a day. $50 a week. If you are a single mom with 2 kids and you earn 30 grand a year, you still need a subsidy, because $50 a week doesn't do it. $10 a day sounds like almost free, but it's still not for certain people. And so we touched on capital with our motion because it was the most glaring thing in the report. But I have the undertaking from Shanley that we'll do some work between now and council, and I'll of course socialize that, starting with our members, to build in something comprehensive about compensation for our workers, and something that really clearly articulates, strengthens, I should say, the recommendations on making sure that for those who can't afford $10 a day, there's still a plan to make sure that Toronto is able to meet its need with respect to subsidies. Okay.
Question for you.
Sure. Question of the mover.
So looking at your motion, it does not specify a nonprofit and public in there, and I think perhaps it would be appropriate friendly amendment.
Yes, I just don't know where I'm quickly trying to figure out where you would put it. Have you got a suggestion for where we would put it?
I don't have it in front of me, unfortunately. I read it only on the screen when it popped up, but perhaps staff could maybe suggest a good place to put it. Source of? Yeah, around source of.
Or to be very clear, it could be, put it right in with the spaces, funding source of new not-for-profit childcare spaces.
Non-for-profit and public. Non-for-profit and public.
And public.
Yes.
Not-for-profit and/or?
Yeah, well, and is preferably.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for, is for somebody to chime in, because at this point in the day, I'm pretty bleary-eyed. Yeah. So you want where in recommendation number 2?
After targets would probably make the most sense. Support childcare expansion targets in the not-for-profit.
Yes, make it the whole phrase. Support childcare expansion targets in the not-for-profit and publicly funded system.
And, sorry, before the word funding, commit to funding, maybe be very clear, we should say capital funding.
Yes. I love the teamwork.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, commit to capital funding to support the childcare expansion targets in the not-for-profit and publicly funded sector. We're just doing it there before putting it up on the screen, which I appreciate because you have a heart attack as it goes back and forth. To capital funding to support the child care expansion charge in the not-for-profit sector in the not-for-profit or publicly funded sector. Yeah. We can fix that, yeah. Okay, good catch, good catch. Okay, that was a question of the movers, so now I'm going to go to other speakers. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, I do have a slight motion, amendment. It's been a long day. I think I sent it to staff. It's really for item number 1, and it was really just changing, here it goes, highlighted, and the federal government. So just a really slight amendment. And I think I did have a second one I was trying to get my staff to prepare for me. Do we have, no? Okay, that's okay then. So yeah, thank you to staff for this work. You know, it's really important. You know, I know that from my time as a school board trustee, we've been talking about childcare spaces and how difficult it is. Even in my own ward of Toronto Centre, there is actually a great need for childcare centres in Toronto Centre. If you look at the map, it's actually one of the, I think, 3 or 4 areas that is needing these services. So again, as to Shelley Carroll's point, to Councillor Carroll's point, $10 a day may seem like not a lot, but when you add it up, it really is quite substantial for those who live under the poverty line. So again, I'm happy that we're able to recognize that here at this table, and hopefully the province will come to the table, if not the federal government, to make this whole. So thank you again to staff.
Councillors, I'm going to ask a question of the mover. I'm a little concerned about the way the motion is worded, and I'm wondering if you, I don't know if it can be fixed with wording or not, so I'll ask you if it was your intention. I'm concerned that a provincial interpretation of this would be, oh, so I don't have to do anything unless the federal government gives me more money, and then I'll give Toronto more allocation.
Well, I mean, perhaps you could and or.
Could we make it or?
Yeah, it goes back to my line of questioning to staff earlier in that we're giving them direction to go to the province, but what if the province doesn't respond? And then so they have to come back here and ask permission to go to the federal government. So I'm just giving staff the leeway as to if one avenue doesn't work, then they have an alternative place to go. And that was my intention. So if and or.
Yeah, or would make me feel a lot better because if, as it's worded now, if I was the province, I would definitely not respond. I would say, oh, he wants Justin Trudeau to give me more money, and until he does, I won't give him anything. Or helps me out.
or works for me as well.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Are there any other speakers to the item? Councillor Ainsley? Okay. Councillors, I'm just going to recess for 5 minutes before we do that vote. I need 5 minutes and then we'll take the votes.
Councillor Carroll? Councillor Carroll?
Hey, Michael, it's Paul.
Hey,
On a
Paul.
5-minute
Councillor
break.
Thompson.
Oh, yeah, hi. I'm driving back to the Civic Center as I indicated I would head back. So I'm on my way back. I'll be there in about 8 minutes, but I can be on voice if it's a loss of quorum situation.
Well, thankfully, our remote procedural bylaw allows you to vote. I don't know if it allows you to vote while the car is moving. I'm pretty sure we're going to allow that indulgence.
Yeah, so just to be very, very clear, I'm not actually handling anything.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
My staff is holding it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be on it. And Councillor Boyce, thank you for letting me know. So I'll be at the Civic Center shortly. I just finished that event that I had to attend.
Well,
I'm
actually,
on my way back and I will be on.
If you wouldn't mind, we are only waiting to vote. So we simply need to vote on item number 3, and you can do it from right now.
So I'm going to pull over. Just give me a second and I can put my video on, okay?
Good idea.
Does that work for you? So just give me a second.
It works perfectly.
Here and I will stop and we'll do that. So just give me 1 second, Councillor Carroll, Chair Carroll. 1 second, and I'm stopping now. And thanks, Paul.
Yes, we were all trying to telephone harass you in unison.
Okay, I was in the midst of driving and I didn't see it, but I'm physically now parked.
Of the recommendations from staff on our childcare item, we're simply adding to those today. We've added a slight wording change from Councillor Moyes to involve the federal government a little more in the recommendations, and I've added an extra motion to do with the capital program, which as we discussed yesterday is the thing most lacking in the provincial offering thus far. And so we can take a vote on those, because I know we discussed these yesterday, so you're well versed in it.
Right, and my staff is also monitoring the meeting as well, so
Fantastic.
we're all good.
Okay, so councillors, we have quorum to take the vote. Thank you for your patience there, Councillor Ainsley. Okay, councillors, so the first thing we will do is Councillor Moyes' amendment to my wording. Okay. Councillor Moyes is amending recommendation number 1 in the supplementary, so that now reads City Council recommend the province of Ontario and or the federal government. Okay, all in favor of that recommendation? Opposed, seeing none, that is carried. Then next is the motion I move to add a capital program recommendations. Oh, okay, that's right, because I moved them in that order when I spoke. First, we're going to adopt the recommendations in the supplementary report, the 4 recommendations there. All in favor? They're exactly as worded in the supplementary. Seeing no opposed, that is carried. And then the added motion on capital. All in favor of that? No opposed, that is carried. And that's it. I don't have to move the original recommendations. All right then, all I have to move is a motion to adjourn. With thanks to Councillor Thompson, a motion to adjourn. Seeing no opposed, that's carried. Thank you, councillors, and thanks again for the fact that I couldn't extend through the lunch hour. Thanks. And that is the meeting adjourned. Yeah.